get that up to a higher number. We'll probably get started about 9:05. Thank you.
Hey, Kit, this is Rich. I just sent you a text message with a question.
Okay, text in the, not sure what that means.
In the chat box, sorry.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Okay. All right, everyone. Sorry about that. Everyone good to go? We're at 25. All right. Okay, everyone. I'm going to get us started here with just an overview of what we did yesterday, and then what our plans are for today. As again, thanks for joining us. Thanks very much for all your ideas from yesterday, and also for all the preparation you did in advance. Our work started yesterday by looking at these scenarios and talking about what some of the regional aspects were, how these really apply to Washington and indeed to Idaho as well. And you identified what you felt were some of the kind of biggest issues. In the afternoon, we then broke into some stakeholder groups for communities, for harvesters, for fishery managers, and tried to identify the particular challenges and opportunities that were present in these scenarios as we looked forward for the next 10 or 20 years. Today's conversations are going to take a slightly different tack. So even though they're still focused on the future, now, given what we're expecting to happen in each of these scenarios, today's work is really around saying, what do we do as stakeholders to prepare for these possibilities? What do we do for the fact that we're seeing challenges, whether it be identifying, issues with bycatch, or issues with range shifts, or issues with competing ocean uses? What can we do today to help prepare if we know that kind of future is starting to play out? So our work in the first instance this morning is going to be thinking about those actions from the perspective of the same stakeholder groups as we did yesterday. In addition to that, once we've done those breakouts this morning, we'll do some report out. In the afternoon, we'll spend some time thinking more across scenarios. Now we'll almost put the scenarios to the background and say, given what we've heard about Fortune and Favor and Box of Chocolates and Hollowed Out or whatever, what rises to the top as a kind of recurring theme or a common theme, or something that is just really an absolute priority to kind of get done right now or soon? And so we'll get some work going on that, and then we'll wrap up with some kind of report out reflections, and we'll finish up by 4:30 at the latest. And if our conversations kind of are anything to go by yesterday, then I'm sure that we will probably take all of that amount of time. There's obviously lots to talk about and lots to report out on. So that's the plan of the day, to say, same again, we've got a morning 2.5 hours, we'll give a long break at lunchtime, and then we'll come back in and do 2 until 4:30. But before we get going on our breakouts, and Chris, I'll just kind of leave it up to you. Hopefully we've got 25 participants now, and I think you'll be working on making sure that we've got kind of everyone allocated into breakout groups. When we do scenario work, obviously there's a lot to cover, and yesterday we didn't have the time to think about what came up for people as we heard from each of the different groups, and we kind of spent most of the afternoon in our breakout groups. What were some of the issues that really kind of hit home for you, that you felt, oh, I'm hearing this time and time again? No matter which scenario, or in a particular scenario, this issue just seems to be one that we must kind of start to deal with. And so I want to open up today just with an opportunity for people to offer some, kind of overnight reflections. And I often put this kind of quote in, almost inspired here, saying that a problem difficult at night, or maybe at the end of a day's meeting, is often solved in the morning once the committee of sleep has worked on it. So is there anything that kind of came up yesterday that you either reflected on consciously or subconsciously kind of last night, and you think, okay, here's something that I want to offer to the group this morning because I felt it was important yesterday, or also I feel as if this is an issue that we most certainly want to talk about during the kind of the action conversations today. So this is just an opportunity to kind of open it up to see whether anyone wants to kick us off with just a general observation on what came up yesterday, or something that you felt, hey, this is something that I really feel as if it's going to be important for us to deal with at some point today. So let me open it up and see whether anyone wants to offer any overnight reflections from that regard. Yeah, Dan, what are you? Over to you.
Yeah. Okay. So this came up kind of in the discussion, really, of the first scenario, but the others as well, and that we run the risk in that first scenario of not doing anything, really, because things happen slowly. But Jamil made the point that how do we know what scenario we're in? How do we know what's when change is really happening, or whether we need to take bold action or not. And so it kind of made me think that in terms of today's discussions, it's worth also thinking about not only what actions we can take, but what do we need to do to actually improve our ability to know what's happening, or what's going to happen.
Yeah. No, that's right. We often think there, Dan, about the sense in which we're looking. What are the signs that we'd look for to tell us whether, as you say, we're in one scenario or another? And some of those things can be kind of obvious if we're seeing much more significant investment, let's say in kind of offshore commercial activity, then that might tell us that we're kind of heading to blue revolution. But you're right; it's a good question to ask regarding what can we do to increase our monitoring ability. And this is just not just monitoring of ocean conditions, but monitoring across these different scenarios. It's a great point, and I think it is something that we want to come back to. And indeed, I'll make a note of it, and I think it is something that I'll want to come back to this afternoon. Maybe we'll ask people where they see things right now, and then where they see things heading in the future. Okay, thanks, Dan, for that. Other thoughts and just whatever reflections you got, whether it be on a particular issue or on the conversations that we've been happening, parts of the process. Anyone else want to offer a thought? Yeah, Rich, over to you.
Thanks, Jonathan. This isn't really a novel idea, but it has, I think it occurred to the planning team a bit in terms of the process, and it occurred to me again yesterday that there might be some additional process or validation steps beyond these initial implication workshops to dig a little deeper. You described well the process that we went through last year to deepen kind of the description of the scenarios themselves, and it feels like, especially on the community front, that because some of the community challenges and community processes aren't always well connected to the council process as it is, that there may be some need to kind of validate and reflect a little bit more in understanding where they do connect with the council process or could connect better, but also just thinking about how some of the community challenges are affected by the kind of things that the council does, or these conditions that we're talking about, but may need to generate obviously some other kinds of actions outside the council process in order for them to be well positioned. So that's been on my mind quite a bit since yesterday.
Yeah, no, thanks, Rich, and it's. I think you've explained it well there, and in many ways, what these scenarios are doing, even though they're kind of convened by the council, and we're thinking about what this means for what the council does and what fishery management does. It clearly raises broader questions, and indeed, I think there's both almost like a direct and an indirect, or a formal and an informal almost set of outputs from this process, and the formal one as we'll talk through, is a report to council and then some kind of some recommendations in that way. But then there's something, I think, a little more kind of open and informal, which is about these scenarios can and should provide a platform for broader conversations, whether it be thinking about council's relationship with communities or just communities more generally. So I'm hoping that what we get from this is very much not only, okay, this is what it means for council, but it can be a platform and a tool for more general conversations. So I think it's a good reminder there, Rich, that this is really what we're hoping the purpose of these are. It's really not just getting ideas for what council can do; it is getting ideas for what all different stakeholders can do, and thinking about how they interact is an important element of this. Richard, yes, your thoughts on this?
Well, I'm thinking about salmon, and whether it's fortune and favor, where you're putting the frog into cool water and slowly warming it up, or whether it's hollowed out where you're dropping the frog into boiling water, is a problem for salmon. So it seems like no matter what scenario we have, we've got a problem because we're seeing it already. So we society should be focusing on, what mortality factors can we control to try to minimize, to try to help salmon to endure the changes that are definitely going to occur to one extreme or another. Thanks.
Yeah. No. Thanks, Richard. And this I think you raise a really interesting point that clearly for different species and for different plans, the way in which we kind of go about thinking regarding what are the important next steps are going to be different. So thanks for keeping us on that. And I want to make sure that as we go through the kind of conversations today, there might be more, I don't know, there may be more urgency in what needs to happen regarding salmon than maybe some of the other species around this. Obviously, we're still kind of talking generally, but if there are things that are kind of specific to particular species, then it's good to be reminded of those. I see, Jenny, you put something in the chat here around I'm reading it, getting stock shifts. Jenny, do you want to just mention what you've put in the chat there and just see what, it looks as if it's a kind of really kind of interesting open-ended question that we probably want to be exploring today.
I've just really been trying to reflect on opportunities and how we can mobilize technology to our mutual benefit, particularly for remote communities where infrastructure development is lagging or maybe just not there. But being able to provide some sort of mobile processing capacity as stocks shift could be one adaptation approach that could be contemplated. I just wanted to share that idea, which resonated me based on a presentation from a woman from the Port of Grays Harbor, Washington. So just wanted to offer that up.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any further thoughts from folks before we get back into our groups and we start talking about actions? One of the let's see what I'll do. I'm going to go to the just a reminder of where we're going with this, and if people do have questions, then you can always shout them out. So the next part of the conversation, 3 breakout conversations, we're familiar with those, and now we're focused on these actions to address the challenges and opportunities that we identified yesterday. And so as you got Kit sent out the notes from yesterday, so you should have those in your inbox, whether you're in each of the different stakeholder groups. So the idea here being, given what we were talking about yesterday, both in the morning and the afternoon, what are the actions that we could take to address these challenges and opportunities across these three different stakeholder groups? And if you think about the question we're asking now, it's really around this. If you know that this scenario was going to be the future, and we'll go through each of them in turn, what could or should you do? And to Dan's point earlier, obviously there's work to be done later on around, which scenario are we heading to? At the moment, you're going to be faced with, each of these in turn. So if we start, as we have done with fortune and favor, you just go into the mindset of saying, okay, I'm just thinking fortune and favor is going to be the one that's happening. If it is, then what's it smart for us to do right now to prepare for that? And so we're asking you to think about what actions might help prepare for this situation. There might be some scenarios. So, for example, for something like Hollowed Out, we know that it's such a bleak scenario. It might not be enough for us to kind of say, hey, we're Hollowed Out is definitely going to happen. How do we prepare for it? That gives us one set of ideas. But there may also be a way, because it's so tough, what can we do to prevent this from happening? What is it that we can do kind of to mitigate the worst effects? So as you go into this kind of action generation conversation, think not only about what you can do to prepare for this world, but also if this is a really tricky world or a difficult one, what can we do to stop that from happening, or the worst effects of it happening? You can see there's a kind of slightly different kind of notion to that conversation. So, in your conversation, identify actions for your stakeholder group, and actually that probably what we want to put in there is not just fishery management, but fishery science, because we haven't got a specific science group. But if there's anything kind of coming up from the science point of view, then feel free to talk about that. So we'll go through each of the scenarios in turn. Same deal as yesterday, and we'll probably run this until, Chris, I would say, let's go until 10:45, maybe a little later, depending on how things are going. But we'll check in with each of the groups at around 10:45, and if you want to take breaks before that, please feel free to do so. So I will stop sharing for now, and maybe Chris or Kit, if I could ask you to either remind us, share the breakout groups, and we can get going with our 3 breakouts from there.
Okay, this is Kit. I think we're going to, for this morning, people will be in the same groups as they were yesterday, so I don't know that we need to necessarily show the composition. We have a few people who either didn't come back or arriving late, so there may be some differences there, but otherwise it should be pretty much the same.
Okay, sounds good. And then we'll and then the plan is to mix it up a little this afternoon, because we're going to have some extra groups. Is that right, Kit?
Yeah. So in the afternoon, we're going to add a group focused on the science research. So we'll pull people who may have been in other groups or in the manager group that are more in that category, and create a 4th group with that.
Okay. All right. Great. So with that, and you can see the document is up there right now. So Chris, do you want to send us into breakouts?
Will do. We still have a couple lingering, so just a moment before we start.
Okay, no worries.
Okay, at this point, it's just Corey Niles has yet to get reallocated.
Okay, well we'll get started, and then we'll if Corey presses the button, we'll say, oh, there he goes.
There he goes.
All right, so we're back to our group. We may see who else joined. So we have Karen. Thank you again for note taking. And Karen, if there's I know you're note taking, but if there's ways you want to just put ideas into the mix as well, please feel free to do so. Aaron, welcome back. Kate, Megan, Pete, and we may well probably get a couple more coming a little bit later on as well. So the purpose, as I say, of this one, this conversation is to really think about actions. And so maybe the best thing for us to do to kind of kick this off is to spend some time, if you haven't done already, going through some of the implications that we identified yesterday that Kit sent out on the email, and I'll just run through some of those real quickly here for fortune and favor, and then we can talk about, well, what would we do, what actions would we do to kind of prepare for this. So remember we talked in this one around, we're still going to have kind of frequent, intense, harmful algal blooms. We talked about the kind of, with salmon, as Richard mentioned earlier, weak stocks will continue to be kind of weak into the future in this one. So that's going to be important, even though this is probably the best of the scenarios. We talked also about transboundary issues with range shifts being important in this one, and those range shifts affecting tribes, particularly ocean acidification being of a concern, being something there. And then on the opportunity side here, this might mean that kind of reacting to this scenario becomes easier because the changes are in some ways a little bit more predictable. There may be more focus on kind of local product, local fisheries. And then we had a bunch of things kind of relating to science as well on this. So, just kind of generally just kicking this off, if we knew that we were going into a fortune and favor world, and that might not be a terrible future, but it's a future that we can kind of understand. What is it still important for fishery management to do? What actions really should be on the plate of fisheries managers in the next year or two, given that they know that fortune and favor is going to happen? So even though this might be the kind of the best scenario and the least change, do fisheries managers just have to kind of sit on their hands, or what is it that really should be on the agenda of fisheries management to prepare for a world like fortune and favor? Kate, yeah, so over to you to start us off.
Okay, there we go. I think I'm unmuted. Because I've sort of had HABs on the brain a little bit. And I think it's true that in pretty much all of our scenarios, we think that those are going to increase and probably have fairly severe impacts on the crab fishery and other shellfish fisheries in Washington. And it seems like potentially one thing we might want to do is look to California and the HAB events that they've had in the past few years, potentially for lessons. I know that Dan Holland recently published a paper looking at the economic impacts of HABs. And I think he found that the largest economic impacts came from basically lost opportunities in other fisheries. So when the season was greatly delayed, fishermen had to sort of choose between whether they were going to go fish for crab once the season opened, or whether they would fish for things that they might otherwise be fishing for in the spring and early summer. So thinking about how managers have reacted to these in the past and how we might learn from those lessons seems like one potential avenue for being prepared for a future of many HABs.
Okay, so kind of getting ahead of the game there with this. And did Dan's paper so it identified lessons, or it identified the kind of the experiences of California, and then I guess kind of draw some conclusions regarding, well, what would we be able to do now to help groups, or what would we be able to do now if we saw more episodic events like this?
Yeah, I can't remember if he went so far as to make management recommendations. Right. And I think there's been some other recent papers looking at similar things. I think Mary Fisher recently had a paper in PNAS that I haven't finished reading yet, similarly about how crab fishermen have reacted to HABs and other delays in the crab fishery. There's also the whale entanglement issue. Mm-hmm. So it seems like, we've sort of got at least a little bit of a window into the future for Washington if we look at California. Although I'm sure Washington will have some unique issues as well.
Okay. Great, Kate. Thanks for that. Other thoughts? So what will, if fishery managers should expect, if we all should expect a world like Fortune and Favor, we're gonna have HABs, we're gonna have range shifts, we're gonna have more kind of localization of markets. Is the kind of the whole fisheries management, setup of what we're doing at the moment, does it work for a Fortune and Favor world, or are there things that we should be really, thinking about to try and engage or put in a different state? Pete, what are your thoughts on fishery management under Fortune and Favor?
Yes, thanks. Well, just looking at some of the threats we identified and with some of the range shifts and the international management and treaty, maybe the proactive step is to take or explore the various treaties and agreements we have and see if they're poised to work into this future, or do we need to renegotiate or relook at those, look at the timeframes within which the treaties are in effect when we start changing those. And I guess just make sure, most of these were set up by, I can't remember the exact dates, but in the past, and are they fresh or robust enough to manage under this this particular scenario or regime that we would be continuing into for 20 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Pete. So you're thinking there about like agreements with Canada, agreements with other kind of transnational agreements? Is that what you had in mind there?
Yeah, with Canada, we've got a whiting treaty. Yeah. There's halibut that we look at, and then the salmon is a particular one where sometimes I don't mean to discredit anyone, but we say there's three countries. We have Alaska that we work with, and British Columbia, and then the lower 48. And what happens with management there. And, one of our threats was the ability of us to directly influence the Alaskan fisheries, where a lot of the southern fish go and spend some time. So if we are dealing with some of these range shifts, whether it be whiting or halibut or sablefish or salmon, then how our various treaties and management structures set up to deal with some of those things, or do we end up with really downside effects to the lower 48 fisheries?
Yeah. Great, thank you. Aaron, do you want to come in on this, either on the transboundary issues or something more generally on fortune and favor?
Yeah, not necessarily on. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. So not necessarily on the transboundary, but yesterday, I think it was Mara who was here, brought up how crucial forecasts are for salmon fisheries management, especially in marine areas, mixed stock fisheries that get at what I think it was Pete who was just speaking to that. So I guess not something new, but continued investment in forecasts and the tools we use to manage in-season fisheries. In this scenario was one of the only that I think we thought there could be some semblance of maybe decent salmon fisheries. I'm not sure if that's adequate or the others feel similarly, but this seemed like the only one that we might have something similar to what we have today in this scenario. So.
Great. Yep. No, I think the kind of continued investment, or we may not see so much investment in some of the others because of the difficulties, but yeah, this was definitely a scenario where we may well have decent information, decent data, kind of fairly good predictability. And so investing in forecasting tools or continuing to invest is a smart move here. Megan, your thoughts on fortune and favor and what managers should do rather than, hey, we'll just kind of cruise into this future.
Yeah, with fortune and favor, we're expected to sort of see similar increases in temperatures that are maintained. And one of the consequences of these increased temperatures or changing in seasons is changing in timing of reproduction for many species. And there are some species where there are already set up closures around sort of that peak reproduction period. Yeah. That's something we might want to look into, sort of accounting for and changing for as the temperatures change, and or implementing for other species as another way to sort of keep stocks viable for fishing.
Yeah. And Megan, do you see that as being is that something particular to fortune and favor? Is it something that we'll see changing no matter what, or is it because we'll have kind of better information? This feels as if it's a smarter move in fortune and favor compared to some of the others.
Yeah, I mean, I think it could apply to most of them where we still have viable stocks. But I was thinking, I guess this one most specifically because there still would be fishing stocks and sort of trying to maintain those during this slightly altered time period specifically. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. This one, I'm happy to move on in a moment or two on this one, but I just want to check whether people have other views as they look down the list. Aaron, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, one other thing that just got in my head was so currently we have wild stocks are declining, or which are often declining depending upon the stock, and hatchery fish, which support a lot of the fisheries. And so we're asking these hard questions now, but what role do hatcheries have in future fisheries? So we are asking those questions, but I think, again, this is a scenario where hatchery fish may make up a good, an even greater proportion of what's caught in fisheries. So again, just asking what role do hatchery fish have, because it takes a long time to get the infrastructure in place to make, to increase hatchery production, for example.
Yeah. And just to be clear, I think you might have mentioned this. Do you think are there kind of groups and processes, and are these questions kind of being asked right now? Are these things that, we'll continue to ask these questions, or do you think there's a kind of almost like a new or a deeper push needed to really think about the implications here?
Up until maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, I would have said we need a renewed push. There are a lot of difficult conversations being had between the state and tribal co-managers on what role hatchery fish should play, and NOAA is a part of that as well. So I think we're getting there, but there's a whole lot more room for improvement between now and 2040, I would say.
Okay. Great. Thank you. So I'm going to move us on to Blue Revolution, if there's nothing more on Fortune and Favor for now. Just to kind of capstone on Fortune and Favor, then the number of things that we kind of identified here, then certainly, you know, being aware of harmful algal blooms, the transboundary issues, really thinking about rethinking treaties given rain shifts, investing in forecasting tools to manage in season, given the changes that are kind of going on. And then as we have got still stocks around, then the monitoring, the research and changing kind of timing of reproduction being important there. And then the hatcheries issue. So a good kind of set of, let's say, agenda items there, even in the most kind of benign future for fisheries managers in Fortune and Favor. And if there is anything else that kind of that strikes people as being on the agenda of fisheries managers for this almost like, you know, least change scenario, let us know about that. But let's turn to Blue Revolution. So remember, we talked about this one as being in some ways a really quite a tricky scenario for managers, because there may well be decreasing resources, but certainly a kind of decreasing bandwidth, I think, more than anything else here. So there's new challenges kind of coming on stream. You've got the declining stocks, and you've also got the kind of competing ocean uses. You've got the kind of the need for spatial information and so on. So if we found ourselves, if we could know the future and knew that Blue Revolution is going to be what our kind of coastline and what our fishery environment looks like in 20 years, right? That they are the changes that we will see happening. What should fishery managers do right now to prepare for this? How do we get ahead of the game so that fishery management is as effective as it can possibly be in 20 years if we're in a Blue Revolution scenario? What do we need to start doing now that maybe we're not doing right now?
I have something to throw on the table. This is Karin.
Great, Karin, thanks.
One of the things that we are doing but not doing very well or comprehensively is tracking international markets and any requirements that those might have that we might need to build into management. So, for example, international markets in some areas of the globe requires sustainability certification. And so fisheries managers in the US, if they want to prepare those fishery harvests for international markets and help those industries, might need to work harder towards that kind of certification process.
Okay.
I'll try and capture that in notes.
Great, thank you. And obviously, this is reflecting the fact that Blue Revolution is a world where, in contrast to Fortune and Favor, where we're thinking more local, Blue Revolution being a world of more international opportunities, but as you say, kind of trade internationally is almost without doubt going to depend on just being a kind of a more sensitive and more aware of what those certifications are in future, as sustainability becomes a kind of more prized value from consumers and from policymakers themselves. Thanks, Karin, for that. other thoughts from folks as you think about Blue Revolution and all the challenges that managers are going to face and the bandwidth challenges? What's a smart thing for fishery management to take account of here, to almost start putting in place now to prepare for this? Aaron, your thoughts? Yes.
We had yesterday chatted about that. I think in Blue Revolution, we'd have maybe a greater interest in mariculture and aquaculture. Yeah. And depending upon the species, we already have a host of pathogens and pests that we try to prevent getting into our waters. And with the warming world, that will only become more prevalent. And especially with globalization, that's another adds likelihood that pests and or diseases will move around the globe in a more free manner. But anyway, the main point here is that we know that's going to happen. And so at least at the state level, there's a competing kind of multi-jurisdictional issue where multiple states have kind of pieces of jurisdiction. So there's going to have to be a renewed, maybe not a renewed, but a more coordinated approach in the future to be able to get ahead of some of these pests or diseases as they're coming in. When I say pests, I'm also thinking about invasive species like European green crab, anything like that. So,
yeah. And Aaron, on that, you may or may not be able to, kind of get this. So, help me understand. Do you think does this? Do you think the kind of the bodies already exist to deal with this, and it's just a case of, this is another thing on the agenda or another role, or do you see it as, this is actually going to take the challenges here are sufficiently different from what fishery management bodies do right now that it's almost going to take a new, body or organizational structure to deal with this?
Great question. I think it's not necessarily a new body or structure, but I would just say more coordinated attempt. Right. We're already coordinated currently, but I would say that there's room for improvement. And so I would say maybe a more coordinated attempt, but we know that's a weakness of our management currently. But as you could guess, given multiple agencies with different priorities, getting them to come together to try to make it a priority for everyone is sometimes difficult. But so we know it's an issue, and I think it's just more of a coordination piece.
Okay. Great, thank you. So Aaron's mentioned there about whether it be aquaculture, mariculture. Is there anything from this scenario thinking about that side of things? Obviously, we mentioned yesterday that maybe offshore energy is less likely to be an issue in Washington than it is in some other parts of the California current. But I'm just wondering, do fishery managers need to do anything as well, in addition to what Aaron's mentioned there, to kind of get ahead of the game regarding relationships with other competing ocean users? What's the positioning there that is needed? Pete, what are your thoughts? Yes.
Thanks. I don't know if this is repeating part of that, but this whole concept of spatial use planning, do we need to look at that more intensely and be more engaged in that? And along sort of the energy aquaculture, doesn't apply everywhere, but there's been this concept and used more so on the East Coast of co-location of aquaculture and energy endeavors where a simple example, I guess, is aquaculture could use some of the structure created by the energy platform for anchoring or whatever. Certainly there are spatial use differences, deep water, shallow water, near shore, offshore for the different things, but to use spatial use planning to make sure we look at those types of things early rather than miss an opportunity where that co-location could be used effectively to minimize the footprint we have as both of these or multiple types of endeavors would continue out there. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you. So I like that idea of kind of looking at things early. And I guess my question is, are fishery managers, are they well positioned to do that in terms of being in the conversations with other, potential ocean users and with other federal agencies like BOEM and so on? Is the other kind of structures there for fishery managers to feel confident that they're likely to be in those conversations early enough? Anyone have a sense of that?
This is Karin. I have a cynical answer. From my perspective, I think we're positioned well in terms of policy framework. I think that there is a good amount of engagement and invitation both ways to be part of the conversation. Where we're not well positioned is in the capacity to deal with the volume of requests and needs related to spatial use conflict. And so to me, the action here would be investing in the information, filling information gaps in order to make that participation meaningful.
Right.
More meaningful. Not that it's not meaningful now, but to make it more meaningful.
Yeah. And this came up, and in many ways, this gets at that challenge that was identified yesterday around science and research more generally. So that the challenge in Blue Revolution seems to be largely capacity. People funding. If scientists, and I'm just kind of quoting on the notes, Karin, of yours yesterday, if scientists are asked to evaluate new things without the capacity to do so, it'll be a challenge in managing an uncertainty. So how to invest in that science and that information is obviously going to be kind of pretty critical here.
Yep. Same concept.
Got it. Okay, let's take a look down at what we've got here. So remember, Blue Revolution, a world of more international markets, just being, probably much more aware of certification requirements. Here's a world of aquaculture, the possibility of kind of new risks coming in. There's better coordination needed there, and then more generally the kind of coordination that's needed around spatial use, more engagement, engaging earlier with other players in this whole issue. So I think we're kind of starting to paint a picture here, and of course we've got things kind of coming up here that are over and beyond the other challenges of management in a world like Blue Revolution where species are declining as well. So all of these feel as if they are they're additional on top of, in some ways, the kind of the day job that managers would kind of have to adopt here. As you look at this and think about this scenario, does anything else strike you as being, okay, this is what managers kind of need to do now to prepare for this series of almost additional tasks that we've got kind of going on here? What should managers almost be really kind of focused on right now? All right, we can come back and see if there's anything else on Blue Revolution. Let's turn to Hollowed Out, and again we'll just spend a moment or two thinking about what might be some of the threats and opportunities, reflecting on the notes of yesterday. So we talked here around how bycatch being a particular issue as stocks decline here, especially in mixed stocks fisheries. This is a world in Hollowed Out clearly where we're threatened all the time with lots of different surprises. We're working at the extremes of our predictive models. It might well increase the risk in terms of what decisions managers are making. There might be an existential challenge there for kind of, what's the need for fisheries management? What exactly do we kind of manage for here? And lots of questions around kind of reactive and proactive management in all of this. So there's some kind of big questions for fisheries managers in a world like Hollowed Out. So as I mentioned earlier, we can either think about the actions here being, okay, if we knew Hollowed Out was happening, we know management has a very different role. How would we prepare for it? Or we could also say, look, what is it that really fishery management can do to head off or really mitigate against a worst case scenario? So if you're thinking about things from a pretty pessimistic point of view and saying, look, this is going to get a whole lot worse in the next 20 years compared to what we're seeing today, and you're a fishery manager, what do you think you'd do right now? Do you just sit on your hands and say, we're just going to wait for this to go down? Or what do you think would be some of the considerations or some of the things that we at least should consider to try and either make the best or try and head off a particularly bad situation? What do managers do in a hollowed out world? Or scientists, for that matter. Aaron, yes.
Thanks. I'm not sure this would be a controversial thought or not, but I was going to say prioritize. When we have stocks now that are on the brink of collapsing, and with, as we all know, finite time and resources, if they're on the brink now in a world in this scenario, it's pretty hard to imagine that those stocks would be persisting given all the other competing issues, not just climate change. So so prioritize where we're focusing our dollars now to try to, the stocks that are doing okay, to maintain those stocks as opposed to maybe putting money towards weak stocks at this point.
Right.
It's not good for diversity, but if we're, given limited resources, we might be able to make some headway on some of the stocks that are at least robust now. Yeah.
Yep. And this is, Aaron, I'll ask you, but it kind of go to anyone. In order to kind of let's say win the arguments around prioritization, and I can imagine how this would be kind of super controversial. Are there things what would managers need to do, or what would scientists need to do to say, okay, if this is the way we're going, if we're needing to focus in some places and let others go, how do they make life easier for themselves in situations like that? What does it take?
That is a great question. I'm thinking of our kind of, at least what pops in my head right now is some of our ESA obligations, for example, that I think myself and all the fisheries managers hold those high in value. But as far as in this scenario, we would need relaxation of some of those pretty monumentally huge pieces of legislation, and well, not just that, but all the court proceedings that have gone over through the years in co-management. Prioritizing a stock that's in one party's usual and custom areas and not in another is not, while it may be better for money, wouldn't be, for example, single tribe may not feel similarly that that's a productive way to go. So I would say things like ESA, we would need to be looking at in a hard way and how that's applied to an outlook that we think is on the horizon in this scenario, and then a whole lot of extremely difficult co-manager conversations about how we go about doing that. How do we prioritize all of this? Hopefully that's a little bit of what you're looking for there.
Yeah. Thank you. No,
I just put words in your mouth and included the Magnuson-Stevens Act
Thank you.
Mammal Protection Act as other examples.
I greatly appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay. Any further thoughts? I see Mary's joined us. Mary, welcome back today. Glad you could join us.
Yep, thanks. Glad to be here.
All right. Just a reminder for Mary and for others where we're going with this. So our conversations this morning, building on yesterday, where we were talking about what might be some of the real challenges in each of these scenarios. Now we're thinking about, well, what would we do as a result of or to prepare for each of these worlds? So we're in hollowed out at the moment. We're thinking about this, this difficult world of declining stocks amidst a lot of variability in climate and ocean conditions. We're thinking about worlds of kind of inundation and extreme weather. We're seeing even though we're seeing it in fortune and favor, we're seeing kind of harmful algal blooms and things like that. We're seeing ocean acidification at extremes. So all the kind of different things that make the conditions in the ocean kind of much more inhospitable to both kind of fishing and fisheries. So it's not a pretty situation. What we're trying to do is to identify, if we knew this kind of work was or this kind of set of conditions was going to go on, what would we have to do to get ourselves in a position to prepare more effectively? And as Aaron has mentioned, we're probably, as managers, we're going to have to be thinking much more about prioritization of some stocks over others, and that may well lead us to start to challenge and explore what might have to change in various different kind of important policy frameworks. What else, either reactions to that, or what else strikes people as being an important management priority in a difficult world like fortune, like hollowed out? Yeah, Kate, what are your thoughts here?
So I'm not actually sure whether this would fall more under the hollowed out scenario or maybe the box of chocolate scenario. I know someone mentioned yesterday that we're likely to see a lot more federal disasters, and I actually can't remember under which scenario we had that conversation. But I know one issue that's been common with federal disaster aid in the past is that the process of allocating that aid has been really slow. So between the time the governor requests the government to declare a federal disaster and the time that the aid is actually dispersed to fishermen can be years. So they're not actually getting that aid when they need it the most. And I wonder if thinking about ways to streamline that process might enable just a little bit more resiliency for some of these fishermen.
Great. And so to prepare for that. So thinking about what can be done to facilitate, speed up the provision of disaster aid, and how that gets from federal funds into the pockets of fishermen more effectively.
Yeah, exactly.
Got it. Yeah, and I think you're right. I think it did come up in Box of Chocolates, but it's actually probably just as relevant, or if not more relevant, I think in the hollowed out world, because there's in Box of Chocolates you might see a disaster, and then things might come back in kind of a year or 2 or 3's time. In hollowed out, you see a disaster, and there's little chance of recourse from kind of market and conditions and so on. Got it. Okay, so managers are thinking about big picture questions as to how we reset policy frameworks. They're thinking about how do we make sure that we get more relief to fishermen more quickly, and preparing for that. Anything else on hollowed out? Do you think, what would managers be different? What would you be doing differently? What would a council conversation look like in a world of hollowed out compared to today? Yes, Pete, your thoughts?
Thank you. It's a world I hate to think about being in, but looking at some of the things that have done in the past, if that's where we are and stocks are declining, and we're still concerned about conservation, that there's that intersection of relieving conservation, but under the Magnuson Act, the National Standard 1 is minimizing bycatch, and all that's going on. In this scenario, I'm just thinking that our fishing power is extremely, we're overcapitalized and need to reduce that fishing power in some way. Just like some of the rationalization program we went through with groundfish fisheries over the past decade, that there's fewer fish to catch out there, and to make it viable for somebody to go at it, you just need to reduce the amount of power you have out there, and the number of parties. So some type of reduction. Again, that's, you hate to think about that, but you really don't need all the fishing structure you currently have to go after that reduced abundance of fish, smaller amount of fish out there.
Right. Thanks, Pete. Other thoughts on that? Agree? Want to take it further? Any thoughts on specifically what given what happened with groundfish in the past, is that a model for what we might imagine here? Are there new ways of thinking about rationalization and dealing with overcapitalization? Any lessons from the groundfish work that managers should be aware of if this situation arises again?
I think that one lesson that we've probably learned is that we often bring solutions to the table to fix one part of the system. And the groundfish fishery is a complex of many steps and many types of players, including harvesters and buyers and transporters and international markets, and that one change at one step in that system affects a lot of others. And so kind of a holistic approach to changing fishing capacity in the pipeline, essentially, is probably something we should pay attention to.
Yeah. Yeah. And Karen, with that, did the Groundfish work attempt to do that, and or are there other examples or lessons from whether it be the US or overseas where, you know, thinking about what it means to deal with this in a holistic fashion, would be looking for other examples?
You know, I didn't live through it, and so I don't feel like I'm as facile with the details. I'm not sure whether Pete or Rich have more perspective or others on the line.
Yeah, I don't know that I could add much to that either. The whole process. I entered this arena after that process was initiated. So, you know, there's a lot of trailing actions that result from that things had to be done. So I don't know if there's a lesson there that, in simple terms, you know, go big, make sure that what you're doing is effective, it's going to reach your outcome, or you're not going to have to keep picking up smaller pieces to try and make your management infrastructure really effective.
Yeah. Okay, great. Mary, your thoughts on this, or anything more generally to hollow it out, or indeed to anything else? Mary.
I was just going to mention, you asked for other examples.
Yes.
From the US. I was thinking, and I don't know, you know, I also didn't live through this experience, but I was thinking about the Atlantic cod fishery might be another example. You know, after the collapse of that, and there was you know, the fishing capacity was overcapitalized. So it could be another example to look into and to draw on. That could be, you know, related to this as well.
Great, thank you. All right. Thanks everyone for that. Let's go to we got about 15 minutes left, and then we'll take a break at 10:30, which gives us a good amount of time just to chat about the fourth of our scenarios. So this is Box of Chocolates. So let's just remember what we were talking about in this one. So yeah, this was one. I'm looking at the notes here. The reference that was made earlier, you know, we'd see more fisheries disasters. So that the conversation we've just had refers very much to that. Given the variability and the surprises here in season management becoming difficult, you know, currently decisions made well ahead of a season. So some things there around, you know, what might managers do about that. And then the kind of the balance between taking advantage of increasing abundance, being robust to kind of managing declines. And then this question of kind of mixed stock and single stock fisheries and terminal fisheries were looming large in our conversations yesterday. So, okay, if as managers we saw the future as being a world of box of chocolates, where there are stocks around, they're maintained, but they're highly uncertain as to what's going to be where at any given point. There's a lot of boom and bust. There's a lot of use of technology, and there's a lot of surprises. So if managers have to prepare for a world like this, what do we do? What do we do now? If we knew Box of Chocolates was going to be the future. Mary, thoughts from you on this one?
Yes, I guess one thing I think about with this is that management might need to be more flexible and make decisions quicker in order to take advantage potentially of the boom and bust, the boom cycles, and also to be, you know, precautionary during sort of the bust cycles and for these ecological surprises as well.
Yeah. What This is a question for everyone, I guess. We hear a lot about the kind of the need for flexibility and kind of in-season flexibility and making decisions quicker. What could we imagine? And that's a long-term goal in many ways, because nothing's going to happen kind of real quickly. But what could we start by doing? What would be things that would put us on this path over the next year or two, that would say, yes, if we see Box of Chocolates in 2030 or 2040, we're better positioned than we might otherwise be. How would we start down a path to flexibility?
Jonathan, I like your positive statement of that. A different way to state the question is, what are the barriers to building flexibility into management?
Yeah.
And I personally can much easier answer that question than how to build flexibility into it. Okay. So I don't know if that inspires additional input.
Yeah. Well, and in many ways, so yeah, let's ask the question in that way, Karen, and say, oh, okay, if it means the first thing is about removal of barriers, then what are either what are those barriers, or in the next 2 years, how could what could we remove? Pete, thanks for jumping in on this one.
Thanks. Well, I've been trying to think through this and the barriers and what we could do. And one of them, whether it's practical or not, is look at the federal processes, because we have to go through this. The councils make recommendations to know, and then there's a rulemaking process to implement that in review times, and you're starting to unwrap NEPA and a lot of other things. But if this is a scenario you're working in and you need that flexibility, then you'd certainly want to look at those timing and implementation constraints there.
Okay. Great. And in some ways, so there's to the point that was made with Hollowed Out is a kind of similar thing there regarding a lot of the different acts really trying to understand what is the scope for flexibility, or what is the scope for really thinking about what's going on within ESA or MSA, NEPA, and so on.
Yeah, I think that there's this ongoing conflict. This gets really high level and philosophical, which is that we have regulations for a reason, and it's to build rigidity into the system.
Yeah.
When we identify a problem, we draw a line in the sand and we develop a regulation that says you can do this and you can't do this other thing on the other side of the line.
Yeah.
And what we've identified conceptually is we need flexibility, but how do we both have a line in the sand and flexibility? And they're almost mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
So sustainable management requires a lot of lines.
Yeah.
And what we need is flexibility in order to harvest. So it's really challenging, is why I think about it as barriers to flexibility.
Yeah.
One of the things that we've heard about and definitely brings up a lot of conflict is our system of limited entry, and increasing flexibility would mean removing limited entry. It allows people to move from one fishery to another, but it also takes away ownership of somebody's opportunity or rights to participate in a fishery. No actions, just thoughts.
Let's take a Kate. Yeah, your thoughts on this, and then I want to come to the technology question.
Well, I guess I don't know whether this is fair, because it's sort of more of a question for other folks in the group who are more experienced with the management process. But I'm curious. So I work for the Observer program. So we're constantly generating large amounts of data about both retain catch and bycatch, spatial distribution of effort, things like that. But I know with at least some of our products, there's quite a delay in actually getting those disseminated. We have some data that's available in season, for example, the quota pounds that are debited from quota owners' accounts in the IFQ fishery. We have some in-season salmon tracking, things like that. But is it useful on the management side to have more of that data in real time? Like, does that provide enough actionable information to you to be more flexible and nimble in your management decisions?
That's good. Yeah, love to hear reactions from folks on that.
Not a very complex answer, but yes. I think the council is starting to get better at using in-season data beyond just tracking attainment of quotas, but it's a process, and I think we're early in the process.
And
yeah.
Sorry, Aaron, go ahead.
I've been struggling with this one. Maybe it's because it's just a gloomy scenario. I was trying to think, how could we actually help? But going off of in-season data, what we were just talking about, I do think there's a huge room for, or not huge room, but there's room for improvement with getting more real-time data. So we've talked about where salmon fisheries are occurring, whether they're mixed stock or more in terminal areas. But those mixed stock fisheries, if you had currently, we don't have a data flow in season to say this stock is coming back above or below forecasts in these areas. I was just thinking there could be a situation where you have enough technology and data workflow where you might be able to make better determinations on in-season run sizes than where we are currently. And so I guess the thing that managers could do now is, again, proactively invest in those tools, things like quota wire tags or something more, potentially sampling in season to get at where fish are going outside of quota wire tags, kind of thing. But
Great. Thanks, Aaron, for that. Kate, you kind of posed the question here in terms of, for example, in-season data from Observer program. Do you? I guess a question back to you. Do you see? Is that data being used by management at the moment, or do you see it as just it's there? It's kind of okay. There may need to be ways in which it's kind of accessed, but is there evidence that kind of information is kind of being demanded?
I think there is. So I haven't been as involved in the council process yet, but my colleague Kaylee Summers is on the GMT, and I know she is, given us multiple examples of observer data being used in season or potentially at least on short time lags to help decision making. I think one example of that is this big short belly bycatch event in the at-sea hake fishery. And I think that Council was able to pretty quickly basically raise the bycatch cap for short belly because there's evidence that, they most likely either had like a big population boom or potentially a spatial shift. And that's what was causing this big increase in bycatch. So, you could imagine that that's something, the kind of situation that we would potentially see a lot more in this box of chocolate scenario where we'd have, suddenly we'd be seeing enormous amounts of bycatch of species X. And if it just so happens that that species is having a boom year, then maybe that's less of a concern than, for example, the fishery has changed their behavior in such a way that they're just taking more of a species that isn't actually more abundant. I'm not sure if that fully answered your question, but
no, it's a great example. No, it's a great example, and Karen, thanks for capturing that there. Aaron, anything else to come in with on this?
Yeah, I had what I thought was a good example. So there's the Fraser River panel, which is part of the Pacific Salmon Commission process that manages Fraser River pink and sockeye salmon. So in most salmon fisheries, for example, we do have in-season data, but it's usually to either confirm what our preseason assumptions were or not. I think the Fraser fishery is the best example I can think of where we use test fisheries to collect samples and then take genetic samples from those fish, and in a 3-day window, they're processed and turned around. And so you can kind of, as real time as you could get, or at least with current technology, as real time as you could get, we're able to take genetic information in and structure fisheries accordingly. And that is I think a unique example. It's very costly and takes a lot of staff and manpower to do it, but that may just be the way of future salmon fisheries to allow them to actually take place. So.
Right. Great. Thank you. And Kate, thanks for your note there about, as you say, you're kind of you're thinking your assumption there being that the short belly was in season, and obviously that's something that we can kind of research, but a couple of really kind of good examples there of things that we can build on. All right. Okay, thanks everyone. We've gone through the 4 scenarios, and we'll probably get back. I'm gonna send a note out to the rest of the groups in a moment or two. We'll get back and we'll start again at around 10:45, 10:50. I think that we'll make sure that we get these ideas across to the other groups in a report out. And I think rather than kind of going through and kind of going scenario by scenario, we'll probably do something here where we just kind of go each stakeholder group. I would love it if someone wanted to just report out on this. I know I did it yesterday, but let me see whether someone would be prepared to do this. Kate, Aaron, Karen, someone want to just give us, give the rest of the group 5 minutes on just a few of the headlines. You saw how it kind of worked yesterday. Would someone be prepared to do that when we go back in? Silence.
I know, it's really quiet.
Isn't it?
I would be happy to take a stab at it, Jonathan. I do have one additional concept.
Yeah.
And I think it relates both to the box of chocolates and maybe lesser so hollowed out. But it goes back to the discussion we had yesterday about models and improving models and relying on models in times of uncertainty.
Yeah.
And I think that the thought is really about these more variable environmental situations provide us with a better opportunity to really see cause and effect in environmental change and biological response. Whereas on the left-hand side of our scenarios, the Fortune in Favor and Blue Revolution, if we have kind of gradually changing environment, then it's much harder to tie environmental change to specific biological responses.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Mary, if you or others have ideas here about that that we might want to capture somewhere. It's an opportunity. It's something we can invest in and be real thoughtful in. And the blob is an example where there was a very obvious event and there has been so much targeted research and modeling associated with that 5-6 year event now. And we've learned a lot.
Yeah, we also learned that, what we thought were sort of mechanisms driving the different responses of the ecology didn't necessarily hold up during the blob, and I think it sort of made us realize things might be a little bit more complex than we had thought, or, things that the mechanisms that, we thought we had a, good hold on might change looking forward too, which makes things more complicated as well. But yes, I agree, having some of these, more extreme events, we can learn a lot from them. Definitely.
Yeah, and it sounds as if Karen, if we're thinking about actions here, the action for managers is to almost be prepared to swing into action. And it sounds as if, as you say, this was definitely done for the blob. But it's if we're seeing more of these, then what is it that we need to do to make sure that we are we're capturing this information in a timely fashion, so we are making these cases that the environmental conditions cause X and Y and so on. So there's something about being kind of prepared to get that information quickly.
Yeah, and I think the more proactive action is to actually invest in that learning and evaluation.
Yeah.
So that's the proactive, and then the reactive is to be ready to react when the swings occur.
Okay. All right. Great, Karen. Thanks very much for that extra thought. Okay, so thanks everyone for your ideas here. I think we've got a good set across each of the scenarios here about what might be some of the kind of broader concerns, but more specifically, what is it that managers should be starting to invest in now, or starting to really kind of contemplate to be better prepared. So we're at 10:38. Let's give ourselves a break. I'm going to put a note out to everyone as they kind of start to come back, and let's just plan on being back at 10:50, and we'll hear out from each of the three groups then as we kind of run across the scenarios, and then we'll think about what's looming large and take the conversation from there. So again, thanks Kate, Aaron, Mary, Megan, Pete, and Karen for all of this. And we'll wait for the other groups to join us back, and we'll get going again at about 10:50. Appreciate it.
Thank you. See you soon.
Thanks.
Would someone mind clarifying, are we on a break right now?
Yeah, this is Chris Kleinschmidt. We're on a break until 10:50.
Yeah, we should be
Great,
coming off presently.
Okay, thanks. I think we got back in the room after that announcement was made, so I missed that.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's 10:51, and we've had our breakout group conversations of the morning, where we've all looked at maybe some of the actions that we think our stakeholder groups should be considering to prepare for each of these scenarios. I think for the remainder of the morning, it would be good to just hear out from each of the groups in turn. We'll do it a little more simply than we did yesterday. We won't go, kind of sharing in turn scenario by scenario. We'll just give each of the groups an opportunity to talk through the actions that were emerging from their overall conversations, and they can just kind of go by scenario by themselves. And just to kind of let you know where we're going with this. So if we spend the next 30 minutes or so just kind of catching ourselves up on what some of these potential actions might be, this afternoon we're going to focus a little more on what's rising to the top as a priority for fishery managers, or what's rising to the top as a priority for harvesters, and so on. So as you're listening to each of the kind of report outs here, think about what's looming large, what's recurring, because we're going to spend this afternoon delving a little more deeply into just a few of those issues that seem to be kind of coming up again and again. So with that, let's get going on this, and let's go in the order of let's start with harvesters, then we'll do communities, and then I think we'll end up with managers. And with that, Kit, I think you were recording. You may be reporting out. So maybe let's start with harvesters and take us through the kind of the set of actions that emerged in your conversations, and just kind of loop through each of the scenarios in turn, however you want to do it. And obviously there's a lot there, and all of this is kind of captured, which is fantastic. What came up for you from a harvester's point of view in terms of preparing for each of these scenarios in turn?
Yeah, sure. So under Fortune and Favor, most of the conversation revolved around ways to improve marketing, recognizing under this scenario there's this emphasis on more domestic consumption, less international, and so on, and a bunch of ideas, both in terms of sort of industry-led collective action organizations, examples of existing organizations like Positively Groundfish and so on, and then also sort of how at different levels of government, how they could facilitate this kind of marketing, both some discussion around what is happening and is not happening at the state level on the West Coast states, and then also perhaps things at the federal level, both within NOAA Fisheries and recognizing that the U.S. Department of Agriculture does a lot, especially with, agriculture obviously, but similar programs could be expanded to fishery products. And yeah, I think that's probably the gist of what we talked about under fortune and favor. So do you want me to just keep going, or how are you?
Yeah, if you want to keep going and just go through each of the scenarios in turn, and then we'll turn it over to Jamel for communities. Yes, thanks, Kit.
Okay, so under Blue Revolution, the conversation really focused, unsurprisingly, on the need for marine planning, and so some of the ideas that came up, generally that there's going to be a need for people in the harvester sectors to be engaged, and a piece of that is the need for representation, people who can sort of be full-time, being involved in the various forums that are likely to be making decisions around ocean use. And this is harder for the smaller vessel fisheries. They don't often have as effective organizations to represent their interests. So there's a definite need for those sectors to find ways to develop the mechanisms to be able to engage. And let's see what else here. Also on the data side, recognizing that there need to be new methods or modification of how we collect fisheries data now, so the best example maybe is surveys that occur at fixed and repeatable locations may be disrupted if those locations are now taken up by offshore wind or other kinds of facilities. And so you have to prepare for that and think of alternative methods for gathering that kind of fishery independent data. And also, as in terms of research, better understanding of how compatible different ocean uses are, and that would feed into siting decisions, and to try and make sure that more compatible uses are adjacent to each other, and avoid wildly conflicting uses in the same or adjacent areas. And I think that's probably the main points there. Then moving to hollowed out, focus here mainly on, recognizing you're probably going to have a major contraction of fisheries, to look at ways of sort of transitioning participants out of fisheries through things like retraining, the need probably for an expansion of disaster funding and buyout programs and so on. So just as far as the council is concerned, advocating for more attention and expansion of those programs if and when this kind of scenario developed. And then for what's left, I guess you could say an idea that was discussed yesterday and brought forward: if you have an expansion of land-based aquaculture, looking at ways that could be kind of leveraged to keep promoting wild catch as a sort of boutique operation, high value operation. This is something that is discussed a bit in the description of this scenario, and also looking at other lower trophic species that may become more abundant, and seeing if there's a possibility of developing markets for them, like jellyfish and so on. Yeah, that's pretty much, just also a recognition that you could have the effective extinction of species that are targeted by fisheries, and questions around, how do you deal with those situations? Then moving on to box of chocolates. I think as probably here in a lot of cases is, this is going to take a much more flexible approach, both on the industry side, being able to refocus rapidly as in boom and bust cycles, and also on the management side, and a general recognition that we're not really well positioned now for that kind of flexibility on both sides, but particularly on the management side. The Magnuson Act, which is our governing framework, is not really well structured to facilitate that kind of management flexibility. On the science side, recognizing with range shifts that we'll be dealing with species which may continue to be abundant across their range, but we'll be managing a small portion of the range, and not, so if you're just assessing the tail end of a stock, and you have to recognize that and not sort of consider it a depleted stock. Also, an idea that came up is putting in a long-term ecological research site in Washington. Example is given as the Newport line, which is a fixed sampling point for a bunch of ecosystem parameters. So implementing something like that on the Washington coast. Also, in terms of research, more use of fishing vessels as data gathering platforms, and that could even be a way to mitigate the boom and bust variability in species, and therefore revenue. If the government, paid for vessels to be gathering much more data, then that could sort of buffer the ups and downs of actual harvest. And I could go on, but maybe I'll leave it there. I probably missed a few things. There are a bunch of other interesting ideas that came out.
Okay, great, Kit. Thanks very much. And obviously, no, that's great to give us a sense of where the conversation was, and we've got all the ideas, as you say, because you've captured them, and we've got those in the worksheets as well. Okay. Okay, so that's the view on these scenarios in terms of actions from harvesters. They could well be very busy preparing for each of these. Let's go to communities. Jamil, is this you were kind of reporting out on this yesterday? Do you want to share your screen on this one?
Yeah, actually, Jonathan, Jamil wasn't with us this morning, okay. So I'm gonna report out.
Okay, Rich, that's great. Thanks.
And assuming that when I hit share that I'll actually get the right screen up here. I hope so. I think that's it.
Yep, we got it.
Great, thanks. Okay, first, before I get started, I didn't get a chance. I need to apologize for the group because my facilitation plan was tailored around an 11 o'clock end, so we got a bit abbreviated when we got to the final space there. So in any case, we started out the fortune and favor discussion and thinking about this being the best of the scenarios, thinking about first some discussions about the importance of protecting kind of the first case study that came up was kind of thinking about salmon communities, salmon stocks, and the need to continue to maintain and protect those habitats that are important for maintaining strong stocks and enhancing that opportunity. There was a bit of discussion about the the opportunity to improve communication efforts with communities so that they understand natural variability of climate change. And we didn't exactly land on kind of the actor here, I guess, but there were, I think, a couple of dimensions about that. One was really quite related to, I think, fisheries in the council process, and probably the opportunity to improve some of those communication mechanisms that go to the communities that aren't directly tailored to fishery constituents, but may be really important for the communities in a little bit broader space to understand some of those things in their annual and kind of seasonal planning. And that related to some of this, the shifts of stocks that might be anticipated under this scenario in terms of the predictable northerly migrations and what that might mean to communities over going forward. There was some discussion about the need to understand a little bit where communities are at right now with respect to their existing infrastructure and the dimensions of community related activities and investments related to fisheries that we might not understand through the council process right now. So some better collection of social and economic data related to the communities, just even understanding what their current capacities are to service fishing activities as part of a kind of a longer term planning process, and determining what types of additional infrastructure might be needed in the future to take the best advantage of these this best condition scenario. So I think a little bit about kind of that thought process of where are the communities right now and what might they need to maintain that best position. Let's see. I think the question of new species perhaps in the area and what that might mean with respect to different kinds of processing capacities or additional flexibility that might not exist right now came up. And there were some discussions, I think, that started here and then moved on into as I segue into the Blue Revolution, about the idea about local markets and what that might mean in terms of communities providing some support to help develop or the development of those markets. Whether that be, I think the sea to table idea came up, and then as we moved into the Blue Revolution, that idea also came up again with respect to the idea about CSAs. We get into, albeit lower productivity and abundance here, but maybe an increased need for special niche marketing, and the fact that the stability of availability of fishery products in the communities is less, that the need for some more, perhaps more flexible local marketing, CSA type things in terms of people adapting to a less steady supply. So helping consumers adapt to different conditions. Planning for aquaculture, we had a little bit of discussion that there might be some better opportunities for localized, maybe some small scale aquaculture opportunities within Puget Sound and then some of the coastal areas. And that title, I think, a little bit in terms of the thinking about perhaps some of the nearshore areas in Puget Sound as opposed to this, the challenges that we talked about yesterday of whether the environment is actually going to be conducive both physically and in permitting and regulatory environments, tribal UNAs with respect to big industry and development in the ocean areas. And I think that was still a conclusion that there could be some risks there, but they're somewhat different on the Washington coast. Let's see, what else do we have here that We talked a little bit about yesterday about this whole idea about gentrification and just the changing complexion of coastal communities that are already is a factor now, and it really is attenuated under the different scenarios that we're talking about. There was some discussion that there actually is a shoreline master planning process that helps communities think about these things. And so the question, though, is again, when some of these changes in the coastal fabric of coastal communities, and it came up in this discussion this morning, when's the tipping point? How do we know when the dynamics of changes might be occurring in terms of the complexion of coastal fishing opportunities that really create some pressures and some needs for the coastal communities to make some, really address some tough questions about choices. And that takes us into the hollowed out feeling. And I think I would say that the discussion on this kind of ended up is that this is a place where communities really might be faced with reinventing themselves and the very tough challenges that entails. We had some discussions under this scenario about on the sound perspective about thinking that when you get to this place, that the places that salmon are going to it's almost like the best opportunity to survive the severe conditions turns into, what are from an ecological standpoint, what are the salmon strongholds in terms of where are the best opportunities to maintain salmon populations from a conservation standpoint and also in terms of what limited opportunities might be there in the future. There was some discussion about the special challenges that provides to tribal communities that Joe talked about yesterday morning, I think, in terms of place-based tribal UNAs and the extreme challenges that this hollowed out place could take in salmon. When we got to the community standpoint, there was also some discussion about, might there also be a fishing community stronghold analog to thinking about salmon species in a conservation context, that not all communities are going to be as well placed to maintain some features of coastal fishing communities, that they may be fairly limited. So that whole discussion about what are the types of preparation or planning processes that would allow communities to deal with that individually, or in terms of some regional context, in terms of where are the best places to make investments in a coastal area to maintain the complexion of coastal fishing activity, at least in some places. Hard policy discussions in this space with respect to, again, I think salmon being a very good example, probably maybe the best example of that, of not potentially the ability to sustain species and what that entails with respect to competition and trade-off between different water and land uses, that some question about what kinds of policy planning processes and decision processes might be available to deal with that in some kind of thoughtful way. Box of chocolates, I think this got into the common themes that we've heard discussed, I think yesterday, the need for increased predictability to try to help coastal fishing communities, including the fishery participants, address the challenges of predicting issues with HABs, and also the changing stock abundance and what that might mean in terms of seasonal year-to-year availability of fishing opportunities. And the coastal communities that's pretty critical in terms of not just the fishing elements of those communities, but the infrastructure of support industries that, especially in the recreational community, that have to anticipate and deal with things like restaurants and hotels. So we got cut off in that last discussion.
Okay, no worries, Rich. Thanks very much for that. And interesting. I'd love to get people's reactions in a few minutes. Just clearly a lot of alignment there, I think, in terms of what we're seeing from the importance of things from the community point of view compared to what's going on for harvesters as well. So let's finish this off with some perspectives from the point of view of fisheries management. And so if I can ask Karen, if you can share your screen and take us through maybe just some of the core themes that seem to exist with our fishery managers conversations.
Yeah, happy to. Just confirming you can see and hear me.
All good, thank you. Yes.
So I will do my best. I've restructured in the break a little bit and tightened up our notes. So those of you in this breakout session may not fully recognize the notes. But I have added a kind of a theme, and Rich inspired me in his communities discussion also to kind of hit on a key tool or skill that we need for each of these scenarios as managers. So here for fortune and favor, for example, adapting over time is a key skill. So within this scenario, we talked about investments in forecasting, and that kind of bounced around a number of species and monitoring needs or predictive needs. We talked about salmon. We talked quite a bit about HABs as well. And this concept of weak stocks or emerging threats and being able to forecast those and monitor those in season to allow for relatively successful fisheries to continue in season and among seasons was going to be a key management concern. There are some examples out there that we can learn from. The California situation with the blob in particular was mentioned, but others are out there as well. And in addition to just forecasting conditions and monitoring in season, there was a key need of monitoring how life cycles are tracking. And a key principle for management is that we understand life cycle and we're managing harvest associated with our knowledge of that life cycle. And with ocean change, we expect life cycle timing potentially to change. And so keeping track of how those life cycles are changing over time. It's not just recruitment, but growth and location and so on as a species goes through its life cycle. Needs to stay in touch with and aligned with management for management to be successful. And because there will be a lot of fisheries still operating under this scenario, that will be a key need to make sure that those assumptions about life cycles continue to hold up. Range shifts discussion focused on this concept that we do have a lot of needs related to range shifts, but in particular, we have treaties across governance boundaries that can be on long time frames. And as we grow in our uncertainty about species trends and population robustness, the timeframes for those treaties may need to change, maybe need to become shorter, so that we have more regular and routine reevaluation of where we are in our successful management of those species across boundaries. And recognition that we definitely on the West Coast and into the North Pacific have at least 3 groups based on geography, the Alaska group, the British Columbia group, and then the lower 48 group that have different goals and ways of managing that need to be taken into consideration related to that. Then lastly, our ideas about priorities on wild stocks versus priorities on hatchery production in this fortune and favor scenario. You know, this wild versus hatchery is currently a big issue, but the policy discussion around those priorities will continue to be an issue and will change over time. So it's just recognition that if we move towards prioritizing hatchery production, it takes a lot of money and time to build up the infrastructure to support that. And so that needs to be in our mind as we continue to wrestle with the pros and cons of wild versus hatchery. So then with Blue Revolution, which I've now given a byline of tough choices, we had 3 areas of discussion. One was really preparing fisheries for new markets and recognition that international markets may be more important under the Blue Revolution situation, and that international markets may have different requirements or preferences for their imports, and that U.S. fisheries may not currently be tooled to meet those requirements or preferences. So it could be product forms. It could also be things like sustainability certifications. And managers now can start thinking about those and thinking about barriers to those, or investing in sustainability certifications, for example, in order to prepare those fisheries to succeed on the international market. The second area was about new uses and new management challenges, and the example of aquaculture in particular potentially being a transmission vector for disease or invasive species was brought up. But there are other examples of uses and management challenges that could be built in here. This is just one example. For any of these, we recognize that managers will need to improve upon existing coordination frameworks to better prepare for this. And this is true within governance structures like states, across agencies. It's true between states and feds, with tribal governments, across all of these different governance structures, get better coordination to deal with these new management challenges. Then the third area was around managing spatial conflict, and managers having an opportunity and need to work in that space and to help make progress in that space. Definitely an identification that managers need to engage more, and a recognition that engagement is limited by, in some cases, knowledge, and in other cases, capacity, and maybe those two things end up being the same thing. So, for example, a fisheries manager having to understand and engage with offshore energy might be limited in both knowledge and workload capacity in order to fully engage in that issue. Interest in management thinking about co-location of new uses in order to minimize space conflicts and existing uses like fisheries, and thinking about those potential co-location efforts early in the process, like now. So then moving over to hollowed out, which my byline is reinvention or reinvent. The sad recognition that we may get to a point where we need to give up on some current ideals and priorities around biodiversity in order to maintain some stocks and some resources. And so prioritization of stocks becomes really important. And thinking about how we give up on stocks is also important. How do we let go of regulatory or policy ideals, and barriers to that are certainly in place in legislation, including the ESA, Magnuson-Stevens Act, Marine Mammal Protection Act, and others. Second area here is recognition that as we lose resources, we'll have fishery disasters, and aid for those affected by fishery disasters in past events has been really slow to come to the table, and that as managers, we might be able to speed up that process. And then the third is that, again, as we lose fishery resources, we have to actively think about how best to reduce fishing capacity, and thinking about the Marine Magnuson-Stevens Act, national standards, as one set of regulations we're trying to meet, and needing to pay attention not just to one part of the seafood system, but to all parts, so harvesters and buyers and markets and consumers all at once, not just one piece of that puzzle. Then the last one, box of chocolates and managing risk, is the byline here. Really building flexibility into management to react to the boom-bust cycles, but needing to manage the risk of pivoting our management quickly. And we recognize regulatory barriers to flexibility in things I've already mentioned, ESA, MSA, NEPA, et cetera. Our regulatory frameworks include things like limited entry, which are barriers to flexibility, even though they do help in improving sustainability and accountability. And we posed a question, a rhetorical question, on whether flexibility and sustainability are mutually exclusive. They're certainly in conflict in this context. So just posing that for the group. And then we also talked about information needs that can support flexibility in management. We started with the concept of in-season data, such as from the Observer program. And we talked about a couple of examples where this has been used in recent years in support of in-season management and decision-making, but recognize there are opportunities to do that more. Lastly, we talked briefly about our opportunity to learn from extreme and variable events under this scenario where it may be clearer than in fortune and favor, for example. If we have an extreme event, what biological responses will look like, which will help us understand and prepare for the future. The end.
Great. Karen, thanks very much, and thanks for kind of reorganizing to bring sense to our conversation there. That was great. Okay, and thanks everyone for your ideas here. As I said yesterday, really the main point of what we're trying to do here over the couple of days is to generate ideas, to think about what is it that we should be now putting on our plate to help us prepare for the an era of climate change in the 20 years ahead. And Karen and Rich both mentioned what are the kind of key tools or skills or approaches that we need. And what you've given us here this morning, I think, is a great menu of a great kind of set of ingredients for taking further. I've got a couple of questions that I think I'll ask when we come back at 2, just in terms of if people have comments on what you're seeing in terms of alignment across the 3 groups that we've heard out from. Is there anything interesting that we're missing, and so on. But I am conscious of time, and I know we've got to 11:30, so I want to honor the fact that we're going to break at this point. Just maybe 1 minute to let you know where we're going this afternoon, as well as having that chat about where we're seeing alignment across groups. We're also going to set up slightly different breakout groups. We're going to add a science group, and we're going to move from a conversation that was kind of largely about generating lots of ideas and brainstorming towards a conversation where we're thinking more about, well, what are the priorities for management across all of these scenarios? What are the priorities for harvesters? What are the priorities for communities, given that we don't know which of these scenarios is going to play out? And the way in which we're going to think about that is we're going to ask you to look at what's common across your actions that seems to make sense, no matter which scenario plays out. It's just a nice way to kind of think in one way about prioritization. So we'll be, I'll be giving you more information about that when we come back in at 2 p.m. Let's see questions. Sarah, you got a question coming up? Or a comment?
Yeah, I had a couple comments, if you don't mind me taking a couple minutes.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Well, the first thing is that I think a few of us have to jump off this afternoon, and I know so far of me and Dan needing to leave, and so since there's very few industry participants, if it's okay, I'd like to offer just a little bit of feedback before I end my time in this workshop, both to thank you guys for organizing this event and doing it state specific so we could have these smaller groups and more localized discussions. And I also just had a couple ideas. I believe you still have the Oregon one. I don't know if there's additional ones after that, but I think the workshop would have really benefited from mixed participation within the groups rather than splitting them out into the harvesters and managers and communities, just because one of the main reasons I wanted to participate in this is to interact with people that I don't get to talk with otherwise. Yep. And I think it creates a scenario where you get a bit of an echo chamber, because most of us in industry have similar issues and concerns that we all talk about constantly. And so I would have loved, for instance, to get to meet Dr. Jardine and talk a little bit about School of Marine Affairs and some of the issues going on there, or some of the managers that I don't get to talk with often. So I wanted to provide that. I think it could be great cross-pollination to hear new ideas and to interact with other sectors and backgrounds, get an information exchange that I think is going to be a fundamental piece under climate change. Where all of us on this call are going to be real life problem solvers in climate change and whatever scenarios occur. I think the opportunity for networking now could benefit that in the future. Yeah. And then I just wanted to suggest also to mix up the groups if you do decide to keep them like that, just so you can get more of that networking. Mm-hmm. And then the group was called Harvesters, and I think that was unfortunate. I think it should have been called Harvesters, Processing, and Marketing, because I think we've left out a huge component of the future of these fisheries. Just like harvesters, the processing sector has already been dealing with changing needs and outcomes of climate change and many other changes for so many years. And processors and the marketing component is going to be a huge part of fixing a lot of these problems or providing solutions. So I just want to encourage you in the next meeting to make that group more broad if you do decide to keep it, and to really value the input of processors as part of this process. And as, you know, a group of people who've invested a huge amount of money and resources into these fisheries and into donating time such as ours to participate in groups like these. So just a few ideas for the next one or for the future. But overall, I just had such a great experience interacting with people that I don't often get to talk to and hearing the ideas that came out of these groups. So I do really want to thank you. And I'm looking forward to the outcomes from, you know, hearing from the different regions.
Great. Sarah, thanks so much for that. That's really great feedback. Appreciate it. And yeah, there are always kind of balances to strike, but you're right. Kind of diversity in groups is always a good thing, and we try to certainly sprinkle some extra, whether it be scientists and so on, in each of these. And I very much take your point about this not just being kind of the label was harvesters, but I know that there were conversations about marketing and so on. And so I agree with you that I think having a more general label, let's say, for a lot of industry participants is going to be important there. But this is really valuable stuff. And thanks very much for your interest and for your time being able to be on this. And yeah, we'll no doubt continue the conversations with you.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Any final comments before we wrap up for this morning? And then we'll plan to reconvene at 2:00. We'll do a bit of a broad conversation just for the first 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll do a shorter breakout just to kind of look for some of those priorities, and then we'll bring it back into one conversation from there. So if there's nothing else for now, and I'll just I'll wait just a couple of seconds, see if there's any raised hands. Again, thanks for your thoughts this morning, and we'll see you back here at 2 p.m. For the wrap up of our conversations here. Okay, enjoy lunch, enjoy the break, and we'll see you back at 2 p.m. Thank you. Okay, everyone, welcome back. Good afternoon. Hope you had a good break. And we're into the final afternoon of our conversation here, our scenario implications conversation. I just want to outline, Kit, I'll share screen if that's okay. At the moment, just want to outline the agenda here. Oh, I've got a disabled screen sharing coming up. I don't know why. Anyway, I can deal with it. So there you go. Got it coming up. Thanks. So just a reminder, in a moment or two, we'll be going out and talking a bit more about priority actions. For anyone who wasn't with us this morning, we spent our time in the 3 breakout groups trying to identify actions that we would take if we knew each of the scenarios was going to play out. So essentially think about them as kind of potential actions that we think should be really on the agenda of management, potential actions that should be on the agenda of kind of harvesters and those in marketing, and potential actions of those that should be in communities if they're facing each of these scenarios. So that's what we were doing this morning. Where we're going to go this afternoon is to think a little more about, if those are our kind of lots and lots of different possibilities, what really rises to the top as some of the priority actions. We already know that bandwidth is going to be constrained. We already know that resources are going to be challenged. So what really does rise to the top is something that's very key for us to pay attention to and maybe make changes on in the next couple of years. So that's where we'll go with some of that. And Chris, as I understand, and Kit, what we're going to do this afternoon, I think, is just change it up a little bit and add a 4th breakout group and have one that's based on science. So I'll hand over to you in a few minutes, just to make sure that we're lined up for the 4 groups that we'll go into this afternoon. Before we go there, I wanted to give us all a chance to just have a conversation with everyone together, just about what we heard this morning. So we had the reports out, and that was great, and we basically got to 11:30, but we didn't have a chance to maybe hear from anyone with any reflections on what did we hear across all of those groups. What did you feel? Did you feel that there was kind of alignment in the types of ideas that were coming out from harvesters compared to managers, compared to communities? What was common? What was really rising to the top? Or also maybe a thought on what's missing? When we think that this is really a conversation about trying to prepare for the next 10 or 20 years, are you surprised? Is there anything notable that you'd say, in the conversation we're having, I'm kind of surprised that the following issue hasn't emerged, because it's going to be important no matter what. So a couple of pointers there. So anything that has emerged for people as you listened and partook this morning, how did you feel about the kind of the alignment between the 3 different groups? And then also, is there anything that you think we should, or you're surprised that we haven't talked about up until now? So this is a chance really to start thinking about how to kind of make that cross-fertilization work that we were talking about towards the end of the morning. So let me open it up and see whether anyone wants to kind of raise hand and give us a kickoff on that. Joe, yes, your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Yeah, I just jump right in there. Thanks, Jonathan. So I just want to make it clear from the tribe standpoint, as place-based resource managers, owners here, we look at the larger picture first, and that is the overall advocacy for limiting greenhouse gas emissions around the world, both globally, regionally, locally. We just want to make sure that that's plain. I mean, that's got to be a part of everybody's thought. Thought patterns, I would think, on this. More locally, for us as managers out here, we need that regional information that helps us make management decisions. The West Coast is dominated by the California current ecosystem and a lot of the great work that the teams do that work on that, the IEA and others, and then they report back to the council. But we really need the Washington State science, data, information that gives us a better ability to see changes and trends and to manage what's happening now. So just want to make it real plain that that's really our big ones are advocacy and science and data currently in order to continue our management abilities.
Great. Thanks, Joe. And obviously one of the things that you'll be then particularly interested in is as we get into the conversations this afternoon around, well, what given that we know that we're not in anything like a kind of straightforward or simple environment, then what does it mean for science and for information? How can we make sure that science or information is provided in the most useful, accurate, applicable fashion? So thanks for the reminder of what the needs are there, and I hope that we'll go into some of those conversations this afternoon as we think specifically about science for one of the groups. Any other perspectives on what you heard this morning, whether you felt there was alignment between the groups with their common features, even though we were talking with respect to managers, to harvesters, to communities, or also any big gaps that you see there at the moment that maybe we need to make sure is in our set of considerations? Okay, nothing more for now. So I think what we'll do, Chris, Kit, I'm gonna hand it over to you. Actually, Corey, before we go there, just coming in under the wire there. Corey, have you got a question for the group or an observation?
Thanks, Jonathan. And sorry to throw a curveball at you, but this is more about looking at our small groups, and we've had a little bit of attrition.
Yeah.
Shout me down, everybody. If maybe we could combine the managers into the harvesters and community groups. So just have 3 groups instead of 4. I think it works it works well enough if we 4, but some of us might be down to 2 or 3 people, if not fewer.
Okay. All right. Let me see. We'll come back to let's have that as a possibility. We'll come back in a moment to see from Kit and Chris about that. Doug, did I see you raise a hand there? Do you want to come in on this or something else?
Yeah, I've been thinking here. Something that hasn't come up that is sometimes overlooked by people that aren't intimately involved in fishery, whether you're the smallest fisherman or whether you're the biggest corporation. Obviously, the bigger corporations have deeper pockets, can sometimes be a little more broad in what they support, but there has to be a profit motive in it. If it's just an idea and nobody thinks they're going to make any money at it, then nobody's going to participate. So that's in a lot of these ideas and views that are, as we go forward, that really hasn't been mentioned. So I thought I'd just throw that out there.
Okay. Yeah. So, and you're right. And it's actually it's a good reminder that we're in, as you say, we're in idea generation mode at the moment, and we're going to be thinking today about, or this afternoon about, well, what might rise to the top. Obviously, just because this might be a good idea for the kind of the overall health of the system or the overall preparation, then making it happen is a very different thing. And so there's other considerations that then you have to put in place. What might be the resources that people have to go at this? What might be the capabilities, the talent, and as you say, the kind of profit motive and that as well. So no, it's a good reminder, Doug, that even though we're hopefully coming up with some ideas to consider and sensible actions here, that could easily there's no guarantee that these things are exactly going to be happening, and it depends on a lot of other things as well. All right. Kit, Chris, let's go to this this equation now of our breakout groups and see what we're lying with and whether Corey's concerns can be met here. So let's see what we've got. I'll stop sharing and give you a chance to put the breakouts up.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Jonathan. So here they are, if people can see, and maybe we'll have a little discussion here, and hopefully Chris can react on the fly. And so I think what Corey, you were suggesting combining the harvesters and the communities into one group. We're also, or was it the harvesters and the managers? We're sort of the communities and the managers are the two smallest groups with only 3 people in those two groups.
Yeah, thanks, Kit. Yeah, sorry, Chris, if this puts you in a bind. But I don't want to put Jenny or Sunny on the spot, but it's, they're I see Mara's not here, but full-time scientists might like to join the science group. So we could even just put either way, put harvesters and communities together, or divvy up the managers between us, or not throw too many options out there. And we'll be fine in our group, I think, with the 3 folks we have. And Emily said she's coming back at 3, so we'll have 4 in the harvesters group.
This is Chris. I'll chime in real quick. The great news is everyone seems to be using the app because it's allowing me to reallocate everybody on the list, so that makes it easier. I guess if you just want to tell me which group we want to dissolve, and then I can absorb them into one of the remaining 2, and I can do that on the fly.
What about if we let me put it out there, Corey? My thought on this is if we dissolve the managers group and then just put managers into split that group effectively, 2 or 3 go to harvesters, 2 or 3 go to communities. That'll boost, and we'll basically have about 6 people per group then. So then we'll have harvesters / managers, community / managers, and then a science group.
That makes a lot of sense to me if others don't object.
Let me check with Karen, Aaron, Megan, Peter as those in the manager group, and Yvonne in there. Are you comfortable with that?
Karen's good.
Aaron, what's me?
Okay. So and as we go through this, then the onus the onus now is really on these groups, whether you're in harvesters, communities, or indeed in science. I think that the challenge or the thing that we'd want you to think about is not only what you came up with in your harvester group, but then also what did the managers come up with. So whatever you discussed earlier, that in some ways has to kind of be part now of a broader conversation. For the science group, you've been kind of connected into a number of the different ones, so you're already going to be thinking about these groups kind of overall. So I think what we might have here now is actually quite a nice way of mixing up the groups, as we were talking about a little bit before lunch. And as we think about some of the kind of priorities in these areas, then let's not forget about the kind of management issues. So, Chris, just let me know when you're
sort of randomly assigning people. Does that look good? Just to help out Chris, because he doesn't necessarily know what makes sense. I just sort of did it alternated in order in that list. So if you, Yvonne and Karen and Aaron and Peter and so on and so forth, if you're okay with where you're being shuffled off to, give Chris his marching orders on that.
All good.
All right, great. So Chris, if you can start allocating that, Kit, can you just can I just share something for a moment as Chris is working on that. And what I'll do is just remind folks of the task at hand for the hour that we've got in these groups now. So you will have from this morning a list of selected actions, whether you're in the harvester group or the manager group, or basically we're going to now have to kind of combine a number of things. But look at those actions across all 4 scenarios. Look for what's common. So ideally now we're saying we don't know which of these scenarios is going to play out. We know that they're all, and to Dan's point of earlier, I think we'd be looking for ways in which we would say, are we moving towards the top right? Are we moving towards the bottom left? But given that we don't know which one of these is going to be our future in 10 or 20 years, the smart thing to do is to think, well, are there some actions that seem to make sense no matter which scenario is playing out? So that's really the focus of the conversation that we want you to have over the course of the next hour. We're not going to go scenario by scenario. It's just a kind of sense in which, what are we seeing as priorities given we've got all of these different possible futures out there. And you'll also see there are some other prompt questions there. Maybe when you're thinking about harvesters, there's stuff that's important to do because it helps create a kind of, or prevent a worst case scenario. So there's some other prompt questions on the worksheet that you will see coming up in a moment or two. So just the hour now is really on kind of focusing on priority actions. What are some of those suggested actions that you think will be key in all or most of the different scenarios? And as let's use this opportunity, because we are kind of breaking up the groups and they're moving in different ways. If there are things that you want to learn about managers, if you want to learn what the harvesters were talking about, or vice versa, and communities and vice versa, this is an opportunity really just to mix up those conversations a little bit. All right.
Sure, this is Chris, Jonathan. I've got everybody allocated. I guess I would just need to know from you which of the groups you would like the YouTube stream to follow. Usually it's stayed in the main session with the managers.
Okay.
But it can only go in one, so.
Let's go with the scientist group.
Okay.
Jonathan, just double check on the time frame. You mentioned an hour. Was looking at the kind of the previous agenda, which was going to have us come back in plenary session at 3 to have some report out. So I want to be sure, just so I manage time.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. So yeah, I think we should give it an hour on this. So I have it at 2:23 now. So let's say 3:20.
Okay.
Let's plan for 3:20. And then what we'll probably do is give people a break, and then we'll come back into the main room. I'm guessing kind of going then at 3:30 for the last hour. But let's plan on an hour right now, Rich, or just after that, and we'll look at 3:20. All right, Chris. So. Thank you for doing the rejigging there, and whenever you want to press the buttons, we'll get going.
All right, I'll open the rooms now, and they will auto close in 60 minutes.
All right, thanks.
Okay. So it looks like we're all here, eh?
Hi, Rich.
So Karin, with this little adjustment in our team composition, I'm going to suggest that we do some organic team facilitation here, just because I think the kind of action things that we talked about in our separate groups, we're gonna have different levels of familiarity with. So we can just kind of play that by ear, okay?
Sounds good. Yeah, I think communities and managers were complementary but different.
Yep. And Gwei, I just wanted to check and see if you were all prepared for a little bit of note taking.
I am ready to go. Is it all right if I just take notes as one group, or do you want me to be identifying them in some way?
I think in one group. I think it will probably I don't think that we need a lot of segregation. If there's some things that really seem oriented in just one dimension, I think we're looking for things that cross over as well. But
okay.
Are you going to put that are you going to put your note-taking document on the screen, or?
I can try.
Great.
Share. Let me know if you see it.
All right. Yep, we do.
Okay.
I do.
Okay. So I'm trying to think about the best way to kind of get kicked off here. I guess we could perhaps reflect on some of the big themes that came from our groups, and maybe just to seed that thought process a little bit in this green section that Gwei just put on the screen. I tried to capture right before we reconvened some of the bigger ideas that came up in the community group, and not trying to segregate them necessarily within the scenarios. But so if I just put the kind of the big high lines on those, we talked a lot about in the different scenarios about flexible kind of local niche marketing and processing capacity as part of maybe, and it came up in different ways, but I guess I would maybe think about it as creative infrastructure capacity development. We talked about a lot of topics that I think I would put in the category of some form of community planning that allowed provided information to communities. And I think Joe's comment right before we got into break addressed that a little bit. What information do communities really need to help think about their challenges of what their communities look like over a range of conditions, either trying to maintain and support the kinds of fishery-related businesses that are there now, to perhaps that reinvent space in the hollowed out condition. And is that how might communities be prepared both to think about how they have those kinds of discussions, but also the kinds of information that needs to be to support that, as well as thinking about helping communities understand when they might be hitting kind of trigger points that would kind of lead them to believe that they might be in a reinvention space versus kind of a current adaptation space. And then it seemed like we had, and I noticed this in your group as well, Karin, I think quite a bit of discussion around salmon as kind of a iconic species that has both an ocean and a kind of inland terrestrial and watershed component to it, and the fact that that was definitely part of a potential really significant kind of policy challenge in the worst case scenario, and certainly an important part of a current community fabric in the best. And then it just occurred to me that there was an awful lot of linkage amongst our discussions in terms of council processes and how they, again, how they might provide information to help communities understand and potentially adapt to conditions. So those are some of the big themes. Karin, maybe you could also highlight a few, and then we could just open up the discussion about, well, what's kind of missing in the highlight landscapes as we start to sort out what seems to be most important.
Okay. I had been relying on Yvonne to have that thought process worked out. So just flying by the seat of my pants here a little bit. I think the monitoring is a piece that that cuts across all four the scenarios. And obviously, depending on the scenario, you would be investing in monitoring and kind of understanding ecosystem in different ways. But that is a key thing for us as managers to look into, regardless of these potential futures, and reevaluate and make sure that we're incorporating needs across the spectrum of these potential futures. So I think, let's see, getting lost in my notes here. I can get more specific, but salmon and HABs were of particular importance, but also life cycle, key life cycle stages to make sure that management and life cycle is aligned still. I think the other cross-cutting theme is looking at the alignment between whatever the future status quo is and our policy framework. And so there were a couple of ideas around the timelines that treaties are designed around. So, for example, if we have a treaty across an international border that lasts 20 years, is that still appropriate given the uncertainty that we're facing? And other similar kind of potential mismatches between policy frameworks and status quo. We had a lot of discussion about regulatory inflexibility inherent in our system, and this general need to build flexibility into management, and the conundrum of dealing with the inflexibility of the regulatory system and the need to build flexibility.
Yep.
So specifically ESA, MSA, MMPA, and NEPA were mentioned, but that's certainly not an exhaustive list.
Okay.
And then I think it's related to the inflexibility, but maybe a little bit different, is this idea of winding down activities, whether it's fishing capacity or reliance on species that are disappearing. And this is particularly relevant for hollowed out, but in general, we'll see in the other scenarios inaccessibility of some species or some fishing gears that aren't going to be possible. And so we're going to have to be able to stop those activities for one reason or another. And as managers, we're going to have to figure out how to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, that seems like a pretty decent landscape of potential kind of actions and activities. So, as I'm thinking, Gwei, maybe Could you just flash those kind of the framing questions down there? Yeah, perfect. So let's get a little bit oriented here. So we've been talking a little bit about, okay, thinking about across scenarios, preventing worst case, enabling good future, coping with the future, stop doing things. So we've heard about pieces of those things. So this is one of those pretty wide-ranging discussions. So I'm looking for kind of a brave soul to like step in and get us started here in terms of thinking, okay, we've just heard of a pretty wide range of kinds of things that we might want to initiate to start to prepare for, adapt, plan the future. What strikes people in terms of where some of the, I guess, biggest action opportunities are across some of the space that we've talked about? Richard, thanks.
You are welcome. I may not hit your question exactly, but as you and Karin have been talking, I've been thinking that, the poor individuals, poor not meaning financially, but they're the subjects of our topic here. The people who live on the coast, make their living on the coast, have their families on the coast, blah blah blah. And we're doing all this thinking. If we were to sort of express all this stuff to them, you'd have part of them that would say the sky is falling and try to sell out and leave, and others would say, "Oh, I don't believe it," and they're just going to go with the flow. And so at some point, it seems like you would have to begin, and then maybe maintain the intensity of letting all the publics know the knowledge that you accrue over time. So you can say, well, these are the 4 scenarios, or there may be more. And right now it looks like we're moving off on scenario 1 more than scenario 3 or whatever. So based on that, here's kind of what we expect to see in the near future. Kind of let people know what we know and what we think, or would that just cause chaos?
Well, I think that's a good question to the group, Richard. Thanks for framing that. Any thoughts from our team members here in terms of what strikes you about the information capacity of course, managers are in kind of a privileged position of having probably a little bit better access to existing information, but they worry a lot about monitoring change and how to respond to that. The community space is probably outside of the constituents that are really active in our fishery management space. Probably have quite a deficit of information and even being able to frame some of these challenges. So, any thoughts?
I'll jump in. I think that's a really interesting observation, and we both have a need to motivate change, which sometimes pushes us into communicating things that are scary, because if it's scary, then it will motivate a response and a commitment to fixing whatever is scary. And certainly climate change, ocean change, for me, is that type of issue. But there's a lot of communications work that, like academic work, that shows that communicating scary scenarios just shuts people down. And so it's incredibly important to provide positive steps to take in response to something that might be initially a description of a scary situation. And so that's a long way of coming around to saying that scenario planning for me is turning a scary situation into a positive product at the end that outlines, well, here's as bad as it might get given the information we have today. And here are the things that we need to do to to make that outcome better. And here are the things that we can do to maybe get us not to the scariest scenario, let's say hollowed out, but maybe closer to fortune and favor, or closer to box of chocolates instead. And so I think that's our challenge today and through this scenario planning process, is to dig deep and think creatively to provide those positive steps, description of positive steps we can take.
Yeah. Thanks, Karin. I think that's some nice additional thinking. Sunny, I thought I saw your hand pop up briefly and then disappear, but I suspect that you could share some wisdom here.
No, I'm maybe just gonna, I think what I was gonna say was just said that if you do communications around this issue, it would be nice to show solutions, and highlight, sort of as what Dan said, how forest logging communities reinvented themselves, or potential ways that communities can re-envision their future, along with just some information about expected changes and guiding people to thinking about those switching decisions. Like, do we stop targeting this species? Do we stop living so close to the coast? Do we sort of, a lot of the switches that people talked about. But I was going to say that this is a sort of, I don't know if people have other comments on this, but I was going to say that, just going back to the first question of actions that seem to work across all or most scenarios, it does seem like a lot of what we said, at least in our community's discussion, had to do with marketing. And I don't know this for sure, but I can imagine some investments in marketing infrastructure that could benefit Washington communities in all of the scenarios, right? So with box of chocolates, there's boom, bust, those might not be synchronous across space. So understanding, where your products go. And my understanding right now of how processors set up their market orders, I know a lot of information goes into it, but I think we could bring more technology to this information problem, and re-envisioning seafood marketing. A lot of people get their meals delivered, and that could those meal delivery services, if they were set up to serve whatever was the catch of the day in box of chocolates, could sort of, or to handle any of those four scenarios.
Right. That's some really helpful addition, Sunny. Thanks. I when you were talking, it led me to think, as I always, as I typically do. I was one of the things I was trying to think about is that, like, who do you think the likely actors might be in terms of starting to kind of enable or support that discussion? I think
I mean, in terms of these investments in marketing infrastructure that sort of have this mutual benefit, a lot of times they're, sometimes there's marketing cooperatives, but then, producers associations are also, it's hard because it's such a competitive industry that,
I was thinking about that earlier.
To make these investments that collectively benefit the state, you would have to solve some collective action problems there.
Right.
But it may be that that people aren't thinking this way, processors. I could be wrong. But it also may be that there is some benefits to collectively organizing if no one firm can afford the cost of those investments on their own. Yeah, but I'm not sure.
Those are, it's interesting because that thought is really interests me because it connects to something that you were talking about, Karin, in terms of thinking like, what do we do with our process? And it led me to think of what could we do next with our process that would actually, I was again, I guess, thinking from the community sense a bit of how do we take this kind of the positive communication, the discussion about kind of the marketing space. When Sonia was speaking, it led me straight to thinking, okay, let's go out and get a group of people together, of some existing processors and maybe some people that do direct marketing, and let's kind of lay this out and have a facilitated discussion about that and find out whether there's some pre-competitive space or collective space that might generate some ideas and actions that go beyond kind of the normal entrepreneurial space. But I think the same things, it feels like it's there to me in terms of thinking about information and monitoring, that we had thought about these discussions perhaps going out to the communities to engage them a little bit more. And it feels like those kinds of actions could be fairly immediate kinds of things just to generate, deeper development of some of the ideas. So how about some others in terms of it's really good discussion so far? Jenny, you've been really active in our discussion space the last couple of days. I've been thinking that you definitely must have something on your mind. Thanks.
Sure. Yeah, really with respect to monitoring, I think one of the early actions we could take is make sure that we have real-time monitoring. Some of that data becomes available to people to make decisions on quite quickly, and some has quite a bit of a lag time. And so the more we can transition to real-time or near real-time monitoring, I think that allows decision makers, whether it's a boat captain deciding whether or not they're going out to even try and fish today, or I think that that's one way we can transform accessibility and availability of information about ocean conditions that could make help people make decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing I like about real-time data too is that it seems more, it almost seems more meaningful and relevant, which means that people engage with it more immediately and deeply, I think. And so just in terms of awareness and kind of cultivating a culture of awareness about ocean conditions or harvest attainment or any of those issues, I think that's healthy for communities that rely on the ocean.
Well, and to play on that a little bit too, I think that there is a role for all people who are working on the ocean. If we can roll out underway CTD equipment that are cost effective, or maybe the state pays for it, engaging fishers in data collection and helping interpret the information also, I think, can build trust as well as collaborative opportunities. And, a lot of times when we have meetings, a lot of the work happens over beers after work or after the workshop or after the conference, you know what I'm trying to say. But I hope that through collaboration, we can also build trust and come up with additional ways that we can collaborate effectively.
Great, good discussion. Sunny, are you hand back up? Are you ready to jump back in?
Yeah, I was going to say for this, I'm not sure of the end users, but it may be that the raw real-time data is less useful than a data product that builds off the real-time data and is a predictive model of an outcome of interest to the end users. And so that would take some investment in sort of predictive modeling and some thought about what those end uses might be.
Synthesis too. Yep. Megan.
Yeah, I had a comment sort of relating to monitoring, but a little bit more broad. Talking about algal blooms, which has come up repeatedly in sort of our management section, but also very relevant to communities and anyone harvesting, given the sort of health consequences that are going to be increasing in all future scenarios. And so sort of increasing monitoring and preparedness, and sort of, I think also the distribution of that information in meaningful ways. I think you're right that people like to see the data, but also need to see the data in an understandable way. And so I think that there's still a lot of room to grow as we see the health risk of HABs increase.
Great. Yep, definitely very practical kinds of framing there. Thanks. Richard.
This is just a little nitpicking here. It seems like over time in the PFMC, I hear people say, well, you should be using us as fishermen collecting data. And, to collect good data, it either needs to be systematic, if that's the plan, or random through time or space, if that's the plan. But haphazard data usually isn't very good. And so it sounds nice to use fishermen to collect data, and it'd be nice to do that, but there'd definitely have to be a good plan in place to make that useful data.
If I can share some experience from Oregon, we have a group that's somewhat ad hoc, but has met regularly over time, which is a science and fishermen group, mostly from the Newport area around the Hatfield Marine Science Center, but a little bit broader than that. And then more recently, a group that's come together around ocean acidification and hypoxia specifically, but bringing scientists and fishermen together. And we have a list of probably 6 different research projects that have gotten competitive funding to pursue those research topics and collect rigorous information around those, very important fishing-centric topics. So just a thought about action is supporting regional or more local, not full region across PFMC, but more local science fishermen working groups that can talk about what common areas of interest there are and how to build research proposals and designs that can answer questions relevant to both.
Cool.
So I think you said that you have a example of how it's working. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Yeah, and it, to be fair, it works well in the Newport area, partly because of geography and partly because of the institutions that are here. But I can see that working in different locations on the West Coast and probably more specifically in the Sound. I would be surprised if there aren't similar groups in the Sound, but just something to think about as
that's great
as an idea. Yep.
Jenny, are you back up with your hand?
Yeah, Karin, I think I know which example you were thinking about, which was the first one that popped to my head. But Joe Schumacher also has been working with having some of the Quinault fishermen collect data. Certainly haphazard data collection is I totally get what you're saying there. But I do think that there is new technology coming that could help us in this. I know that some of the ferries have been instrumented, and we're learning a lot about, looking at the Victoria Clipper data and what that might mean. Certainly interpreted data is far more useful. And to that end, I wanted to just draw people's attention to the special buttons that have been created for specific users through the NANUS visualization service, the regional IUS node. But in addition to that, there's certainly the HAB bulletin that Ryan McCabe pulls together. The Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission, Tommy Moore is starting to pull together a marine conditions bulletin periodically. So there is that effort to try and provide interpreted information rather than raw data, which I totally get that point that real-time data, raw data may not be as useful, but I do think there are efforts that are underway to try and help interpret that information for managers and the public that could be models that we could use to reflect on some of these issues.
Great additions, thanks. So what else I could, before I throw some additional things out there perhaps to this these we've had 3 or 4 topics come up here which not surprisingly are have a really central element about engaging people in conversations but also making those engagements and the information discussed something that's really feels like it is tangible, has some real value to folks, and has some purpose rather than just ascribing people's time to sit down and talk. I'm curious, Karin, maybe it's a question that you could help start some discussion on in terms of the impetus or to get people together and just thinking about, well, this is kind of a council process. There's state people involved, there's fishers involved, there's scientists involved through the IEA process, and there's a really nice collection of people. And one part of me thinks, well, so what? I guess sometimes there's not like a set set formula, but what are the ingredients that really help those kinds of things happen? Are they, in your experience of the ones that you talked about, do they tend to be generated by state agency initiative, by fishermen, by local scientists, or do you think it's quite variable in terms of if we were talking about actions and thinking about how you make things happen?
I think it's more site specific, Rich, because different institutions play, similar roles, but in different communities. So, for example, in Newport, the institutions that have really affected change in bringing that conversation together have been a combination of Sea Grant, ODFW, OSU, Oregon State University, and then the fishing community.
Right. Yep.
And we have a fishing community that in Newport is extremely aware of the research community and have seen successful research projects answer questions that were of interest to them already. And so they're kind of bought into the concept at this point. But I think that last ingredient is pretty common across the coast now. I mean, I think that the fishing community is much more understanding of what science can and cannot do for them. And, they see the benefit of helping guide science and also benefiting from outcomes of science.
Right.
So I think the former ingredients are really more about who is in a particular location, whether it's a university or a tribal, natural resource office, or, whoever is there that kind of fills that kind of role. It pulled us together for different locations.
Yeah, thanks. Richard, your hand's back up.
Yeah, this is just a reminder in case I'm the only one thinking here, is that we have 20 minutes left and 4 more topics. Is that right?
I guess that's true. If we were, and thank you for that, Richard. I probably am. I haven't probably structured my thinking exactly that we would necessarily hit all of those, but but in thinking about that, there's probably some value because I hadn't really been. I got lost in the discussion, so thanks for that. Yeah. So we've been discussing things that work nicely across areas. What about essential actions that could prevent worst case situation? I think what fits that pattern of some of the things that we've talked about, Sunny?
I don't know if this idea prevents worst case scenario. I'm having a hard time like distinguishing between these various questions.
Yeah,
but I do think.
Yeah, I think that's why I was avoiding it.
I think one thing that could prevent a worst case situation is that the state of Washington spends billions of dollars to correct all barrier culverts, and there's no increases in salmon populations for a given tribe. And so I do think that having those conversations and thinking about that, I mean, would the tribes, I think the tribes would be better off if that money was given directly to them rather than invested in a restoration strategy that's ultimately going to have little returns. So I think in terms of maybe it's the hollowed out or something, you know, but a worst case situation where the tribes are receiving no benefits and it's really costly to the states, avoiding that maybe is just having those conversations, thinking about, I mean, thinking about the risks of these investments.
Yeah, I think that's, you weren't in our discussion this morning, but actually I think a dimension of that came up in the context of the thought about kind of the range of circumstances across the scenarios, getting to that hollowed out feeling that there was quite a bit of discussion about, well, was quite a, I guess, a salmon stronghold kind of lens or emphasis put on if you're going to invest and you're looking at a really bleak future, there's certain places where you may have some returns on those investments, and then there are a lot of places that you won't. And it kind of did bring up this question about tribal trust responsibility and what do people in place-based situations do. But I mean, I think that those discussions, regardless of that, are quite important because there's a certain reality there, and the same kind of questions are going to be there. What kind of investment of resources are going to maintain important values for different communities based on conditions and needs and interests. So I think that's a really important thought.
Yeah, and to add like the equity perspective to that, because if you did just invest in the salmon runs that you think have the highest expected return, then maybe some of the 21 tribes aren't those aren't their stocks.
Yeah, if you're in an urban area, yep, definitely.
I do have my hand up again. I just left it up, but I have a question.
Okay.
When you're talking about the tribes, there's at least 4 tribes: the Columbia Basin Intertribal Group on the Columbia, the Warm Springs, and Nez Perce, and Yakima, and forgetting the other one right at the moment. But anyway, there's they're going to want to make sure that their fisheries are cared for, and you're talking about tribes up in the North Coast, I assume, and so there's certainly that concern, but probably maybe a bigger concern is, biologically, feasibly, which stocks can make it and which ones can't. if we get to that hollowed out situation, and policy,
right?
But biology is going to overpower it all at some point.
Right. Megan, you got your hand up.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, something that we had talked about previously was sort of in that worst case scenario, making sure that there's sort of some evaluation and prioritization on where we invest our resources and how, because in a situation with so few viable stocks or fisheries in general, it's important to sort of really focus efforts on what makes the most sense. And I think that that's hard to do with any of the science, because all of the science is just our best estimate, and you never really know how all the species are going to sort of respond to the changing climate and increased pressure. So sort of trying to balance out that investment based on what has the highest chance, but also not putting all your eggs in one basket. So.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Maybe another way to say that is that by not prioritizing, you decrease your ability to save anything.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so it's hard to prioritize, but it gives you a way of being strategic in your actions.
Right. What else? Yeah, let's. I mean, these questions are, to the extent that they're helpful, that's great. I don't think we need to be constrained necessarily, but thinking about again, I guess back to Jonathan's point. Centrally, I think what are the most important things that whoever the relevant actors are could start doing in the next year to 3 or 4 years that would actually could make a difference in terms of preparing for and productively responding to future conditions.
So this is Richard. I have a question. I can certainly see, and all of us have been talking about measures to protect different salmon stocks and so forth. But how do you what things can you do to influence the other three FMP groups that just live in the ocean, and they're going to follow the temperature and other factors that they seek out? Is there any way we can influence that?
Well, I perhaps not influence the productivity or stock specific outcomes, but maybe Karin, this gets into your a central part of one of the things you put on the table as we started was this regulatory flexibility to changing conditions. I guess that was, there's a couple different aspects of that it sounds like you all talked about in the managers group, but what about? That's. I think everybody that's been in the process and has had it constrained by some regulated processes that are there for a reason. What did you guys discuss any, or are there some ideas there that begin a discussion about how would you start to build or test that kind of flexibility in a way that perhaps provide some ideas on how to address those things without unintended significant consequences?
I'll add a couple of cents here.
Mm-hmm. Good.
From the other discussion, but the short answer is no, we didn't have any good ideas about how to build flexibility. It's more at the stage of acknowledging that we need to figure out how to build flexibility and maintain assurance for fishermen who have invested in fisheries, whether it's a limited entry permit or some other form of quote unquote ownership. and ensuring sustainability. And those things in combination are really tough to balance and get good outcomes for all of those. So maybe the action around flexibility is that, our conversations continue to come back to that as a key ingredient to future success, and that we don't have ideas about how to build that in yet, and that we need to maybe invest some more time in that and just maybe do some kind of deep dive just into regulatory flexibility, and have a small working group to try and come up with some ideas, whether it's pilot fisheries or changing allocations, something that nobody wants to really dig into, but
right.
Those are the things that we're going to have to do if we're going to really make a difference in flexibility. And in addition, thinking about how we change the federal regulatory landscape is something that we would need to put some ideas on the table, soon, in order to achieve any kind of outcome in 20 years.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's some, as you were talking, it led me to think that in terms of potential inertia, when you look at existing harvest allocations and ITQs and things, that those things that have created some certainty and some creative ways of addressing things like weak stock bycatch, they also create certain impediments if things are locked in. But I was just thinking, I mean, maybe there are some, discussion ideas there. I was thinking that people have to feel somehow a risk to existing schemes before they might entertain a lot of what if thinking that might feel threatening. But one thing that occurred to me is we've had on the groundfish front, there's been that adaptive management thing that was there, created for a different purpose, but maybe to create flexibility, you have to create some space. You need to create something that you can work with, and it would almost seem like it would require some dialing back some of the existing allowable harvest to create some space or some way to use that. That would almost be necessary before you could even deal with the regulatory aspects. But
yeah, a little different than experimental gear, but it's kind of going down that same path. It's like giving a special allowance for something that doesn't fit within our current regulatory scheme.
Yep. Yeah, because to take advantage of that kind of flexibility, then you would need to have some provisional ways to approach it that created incentives. So people would be willing to do, as we've had with some exempted fishery permit ideas, but people would be willing to do perhaps some exceptional things to mitigate some of the risk of some regulatory flexibility. Yeah. Let's see, we've got about 10 minutes left here. I'm watching the clock. Stop doing, given these scenarios. Actually, Sunny, in a way, the topic that you raised in terms of things that we should stop doing, I mean, are we making investments in things that might not make sense? I have to say that, Karin, in your presentation earlier today, when under the hollowed out feeling when you were talking about more active disaster responses, I have to say that my mind quickly went to the place, well, if things were really kind of bleak, why would we still be giving disaster relief to fisheries that just didn't really have a capacity to be vital and sustainable to start with. But I mean, I don't know that fits this pattern at all, but there may be some things that we do have done by practice and design that might not be that adaptable in the future. So I'm kind of curious whether people have some thoughts about this one. It could be useful. Oops, Jenny.
Yeah, thanks. I think I missed the right heading, but in terms of sort of things that we can do that might benefit under any scenario, I kind of wanted to bring us back to the infrastructure there as well, thinking that, regardless of who is using them, improvements that help protect water quality and things like that could be really useful. I'm thinking of pump out facilities, even access points like boat ramps. They're pretty few and far between on the coast for sure. So I guess, whether it's rec fishers or boaters or commercial fishers, we may try and do the types of things that float all boats, so to speak, and benefit communities regardless of fishing. And I hate to even say that, but, given the drastic things we're thinking and talking about here, I think, hedging our bets in some ways might be helpful.
Yeah, so the idea of thinking about infrastructure needs and capacities that might be fit for purpose in multiple dimensions in terms of what their benefits might be, but across a range of conditions that might be adaptable. Okay.
And I think as a bit of a corollary to that too, I think cleaning up fishing operations to, reduce the prevalence of abandoned and lost gear. I know that the crab fishery is trying to really make progress on that by allowing other fishers to pick up crab pots if they aren't removed by a certain time, right? So, if we can clean up in the process and make fishing really something that everybody wants to go to bat for, reduces the impacts. Maybe that will help.
Okay, thanks. Sunny, you're back up.
This was just a quick response to what you just said, Rich, is that I don't think you'd want to continue to invest disaster relief funds to fisheries because it incentivizes people to stay in something that we don't think is sustainable. It's just like when you, subsidize Hurricane Sandy or like rebuilding these homes and then people continue to live on the coast and it's not the best outcome. So thinking about how you can invest in something that would ease the transition, with those monies instead of just compensating people for losses that if we think that they're going to continue
right.
I don't know, like she said, gear removal, derelict gear removal would be a great way to invest. Maybe it wouldn't necessarily translate to a long-term job, but I don't know if there's ways to think about things that would.
Right. Yeah, that's interesting, actually. Well, before I pop in, I see Megan, you've got your hand up, so let's go to you.
Yeah, I just wanted to sort of add in onto that, that part of this could also look like investing or training in aquaculture, given that the need for protein production isn't going to decrease in any of these future scenarios, and the need for shellfish or finfish or any of these fisheries to help support that. And so maybe that looks like trying to cross-train for more aquaculture activities versus wild catching.
Great. I guess both those points led me just to think about the area of incentives and positive subsidies in areas that would create perhaps some sustainable economic opportunities. And I guess I don't know that we've had a kind of general ideas or categories around that, but it seems like there's some potentially some action thinking around that in terms of how investments are potentially made not just like in building infrastructure, but in terms of thinking about transitioning activities, if there was some sense about what the needs were there. Sunny, are you back up, or did your hand just stay up? I should have been watching. I wasn't.
Oh, sorry. I'll put it down.
No problem. What else? We're at about 4 minutes here. What have we missed that that really important kind of topics that have come up in our action discussions that lend themselves to important things to present back to the council, or to think about communities, managers, in terms of some, more immediate kinds of tools or activities that would lead to planning, preparing for the future?
I would just add, Gwei, in the notes here for at the end where your cursor is, just see the monitoring discussion above for enabling a good future. And that's across scenarios. We had a lot of good ideas up there that just connects it.
It's a great idea. Anything else here? While I'm pausing to let somebody think about another idea to bring up. Gwei, you've been doing a great job note-taking. I'm just wondering if you're also willing to do some highlights back to the larger group.
Oh.
You're really good at that.
Sure.
Very good. Thank you.
That's what I tell my husband about vacuuming. I tell him he's so good at vacuuming.
Yeah, I'm sure it works, right?
All the time.
Additional thoughts? I mean, it's been a good discussion. It's a challenging area. I mean, one of the things that's challenged me a bit in terms of thinking about our discussions this week is it would have, I mean, like in the other groups, it would have been great to like picture some of these discussions of us sitting in fishing communities with some of the folks that we've been talking about in terms of their futures and what the implications might be. But that, in fact, I guess in some ways it does lead me maybe to some just a little bit of a closing thought that Karin, especially in the context of the process moving forward, it seems like there's some opportunity there, and I don't know whether it's within the council process in this initiative or some add-on to it, that it just feels like even in some of the specific things that we've discussed, some real opportunities to make these connections to the communities that I think have also always been a bit challenging for the thinking about the council process outside of those active fishery constituents. So it sounds like there's some exceptions to that, especially in the examples that you gave in an area like Newport, where you've really got some active constituents and some plugged in people and some processes, but not sure that that's always the case given some of the testimony the council's had in the past.
Yeah, I am leaving this conversation feeling like we've hit on a lot of community planning needs that goes well beyond fisheries management. And so that may be part of what you're talking about, Rich. But I don't know how we can support that other than recognizing that it's a need, and community choice in, them investing in offshore wind, or investing in their fishing community, or investing in ecotourism will make a difference to how the council views that community and supports it or not.
Yeah, and a lot of the discussions the community group has had over the past couple of days is just the challenge of communities, grappling with those kinds of choices both over time and perhaps over some really unpredictably evolving, conditions that they have to face.
Yeah, and it'll go better. It'll be a better fit if it's bottom up, so to speak, to the council.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's been a good discussion. I see that we're doomed to be dispersed in 7 seconds. So, but thanks everybody for the good discussion. I appreciate it.
Okay, thanks everyone. It looks as if we're back up to 25, 26 participants. So it looks as if all three groups have rejoined us here. Thanks very much for that. Let's give ourselves a 5-minute break, and then we'll get going at 3:30 with some conversation about what's looming, kind of in what's looming largest for us across each of these groups, as we almost put the scenarios to the background and think much more around just, hey, these are important factors for us to consider for our agenda going forward. So let's give ourselves 5 minutes break, and then we'll come back in at 3:30 to get going on that last hour. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. It's 3:30, and what we're going to do now for the rest of the time is we'll hear out briefly about the agendas coming up for each of the groups here. Remember, now we had a scientist group, we had a harvester stroke manager group, and then we had a community stroke manager group. So we'll hear out from each of those after every one of them. We'll stop to see whether anyone from the other groups has questions for them. We'll get into maybe a little bit of discussion there, and then we'll, after we're hearing all three, we'll then see whether there's any more general kind of comments, and we'll see if there's any public comments as well, and then we'll talk a little bit about next steps. So a few things to cover off just in the last hour that we've got together. Let's do it in the following order. So I'll ask, given that we haven't had a science group before, it might be good to have the science group go first, and then I think from there we'll hear from harvester stroke managers, and then communities to wrap us up from there. And so with that, I think Tommy, you'll be sharing screen for the science group, and then Dan, you were gonna just give us a few highlights from the conversation there. So Tommy, if you're there and you can share your screen, that would be fantastic. Thanks. All right, Dan, take it away.
Okay. So we went in the order of these questions here, and starting with which suggested actions seem to work across all or most scenarios. And one of the things that came up initially was, actually these things have been changed in order a little bit, but I'm going to go a little bit in terms of my memory, was we talked about a need for monitoring what's going on in communities in terms of participation more broadly than just fishing boat captains, and also noted that this might require some assistance from other parties, other agencies, or groups other than sort of NIMS scientists that are sometimes collecting community data, because we're not as able to get some of that community level information. Talked about a need for good monitoring of ocean conditions, modeling, and forecasting being necessary for all of these scenarios in order to know which scenario we're actually in and which problems may be coming up for us. I guess this was going back to that first point about communities, was we need to better understand the linkages between climate and communities. With more data on other than just vessel owners and fishers, but other fishermen, but other parties that are involved in these fishing communities. Let's see. One of a key thing here is that we're now we think, at least under any of these scenarios, we're moving into a different world where stocks are shifting, both in terms of where they are, but also potentially in terms of their productivity. Therefore, we may need to adjust reference points in terms of what's overfishing, what's overfished, how should we set control rules for harvest. And that really may require a change in the way that we do science, since a lot of the modeling we do right now, the way we set those reference points is sort of backward looking and assuming that things really haven't changed. So we really need to figure out how to change those reference points as the ecosystem itself changes. Another key thing that came up was a need for improved models of bycatch and information about bycatch and species overlap. This is likely to become more of a problem as stocks shift and relative productivity shifts, and in order to keep fisheries from really being limited by weak stocks and bycatch, we need to be able to adapt to this. If you could go down to the next question there, Tommy, what actions are important because they prevent the worst case scenario? Let's see if there's anything we particularly want to say. There was, yes, a need for potentially more ecosystem level modeling to understand, in particular, like if there are certain components or species in the ecosystem that may have cascading effects. Can we understand, the importance of those species and the impacts that might have if some of those species fail? And can we maybe identify species that we need to be more careful with, or in order to avoid those cascading effects? Can we improve our ability to do triage to if we are in a worst case scenario? Can we figure out where to put our efforts? What species to concentrate on, or do we need to to have more of a portfolio approach since that recognizes our uncertainty about which species are important? Let's see, I'm going to go down onto this. What actions are helpful for flexibility? We talked about the need for more science to support weak stock management, and need for real-time information on stock locations. In part, this is relating to the bycatch issues that were mentioned earlier. We should be looking to new technologies to find out if there are ways that we can get new information that with these new technologies, or potentially also save money with these new technologies that can help us improve our understanding of what's going on in the ecosystem and with fisheries. We may also need to, the council may need to broaden sort of the family of managers, scientists, stakeholders that are involved in council processes as the council moves more into sort of an ecosystem-based approach of managing things, as opposed to being more focused on particular federally managed fisheries and management plans. There's a need for scientists that are involved in managing state fisheries, or or people that are involved in communities that haven't typically been involved in the council processes to be there and provide input. What should we stop doing? Resources are limited, and there's definitely a need for new data. So we should definitely be reassessing the data that we do collect to make sure that we're not continuing to collect data that may not be as necessary. So we didn't suggest anything in particular that we found that was unnecessary, but there may be a need to reassess that. There's a question about whether we should maybe try to be less reliant on the large white ships, research vessels, and invest more in working with smaller vessels and cooperative research with industry platforms. If that's gives us more flexibility, is less costly, have more flexibility to fish in shallower areas, for example. Lastly here, we shouldn't hold on to indicators and relationships that aren't functional anymore. So we have to, to reassess the way we've done science, and I guess, and see whether it still always applies in a changing world. Hopefully I covered that.
Great, Dan. Appreciate it. Tommy, if you want to leave it up a moment, let's just open it up and see. Dan, thanks for that. Any thoughts from the other two groups regarding does the science agenda that's kind of that's emerging here. Does this make sense? Are you surprised at not seeing anything? Joe, yeah, your thoughts or questions on this?
Thanks. No, great summary of ideas that we've tossed around in Harvesters group and a little bit in the this afternoon's group as well. I wanted to ask the science group about the ecosystem evaluations that we have for our coast out here assessments and a lot of our salmon survival forecasting. A lot of that's based on the Newport line information down south of the Columbia River, and from mid-Oregon there. Does Washington State need something similar to that to give better information, or will the Newport line suffice?
Okay, anyone want to respond to Joe's question here? Yvonne.
Hey, there's been a lot of talk about that for the last several years, and I know Corey Niles has been sort of nudging for something like the Newport line off of Washington. We now have these new technologies like the floating sail drones to take not the same amount, level, quality, type of data as you get off the Newport line, but there are other data collection opportunities available these days. And, maybe we could partner with the sanctuary or with the tribes to sort of take advantage of some of these technologies in the future. So just want to throw that out there. No, not really an answer to Joe, but just a thought.
Thanks, Yvonne. Any other reactions to either Joe's question or reactions to the science? The kind of the science ideas here and the kind of the proposed agenda. All right. All good for now. Dan, thanks very much. Joe, thanks for the question. Kit, let's turn to the harvesters stroke managers group. So this was now, remember we pulled a number of the people who were in the previous fishery managers group in with the harvester group to combine this together. So let's take it away whenever you want.
Okay, I'll give it a go. We had a wide-ranging discussion. So let's see here. One of the first themes we talked about, this whole question of flexibility we've heard a lot about, and the recognition that there'll need to be more investment in kind of the data gathering science enterprise overall to support management flexibility, need more real-time data and the like for that reason. And on the management side, kind of looking at other approaches, innovating the decision-making process, looking at ways to sort of do more day-to-day management, if you will, looking at our regular management cycles, annual harvest specifications and the like, and how to make those more responsive. And then an idea just in terms of, we've seen with the past year with COVID, our whole online meeting life, and should we be thinking about how the council process might capitalize on online meetings for having more responsive in-season management. Let's see what else. Again, another theme just we touched on is just the whole thing around marketing, innovating, finding new markets, rethinking marketing, and the fact that that aspect of the industry will also need to be flexible. And let's see, then we sort of talked about the need for greater international engagement. We are, this Washington is bordering Canada, another country. So there are a variety of transboundary issues, both in terms of the science around stocks and stock distribution, and needing perhaps really down at the sort of science or management agency level to heighten collaboration. And then also thinking about, the harvesting sector and access to the EEZ of Canada and vice versa. We do have one arrangement for that for albacore, but will we need to think about trying to negotiate more of those kinds of things? Obviously, potentially the U.S. West Coast could be on the disadvantaged side of any negotiation like that if stocks are by and large shifting north. But anyways, something to think about. Then we had a conversation around sort of the worst case scenario. What are some key things that we need to do across the board? And basically one element is just ways to help people leave the fisheries sector, retraining and so on. And then also the whole question of kind of rethinking disaster funding, if you will. If what we think of as disasters become a regular periodic occurrence, that, both just from a bureaucratic standpoint, how that works and how the funding comes through and tying it more tightly when the funds are actually distributed to when you recognize a disaster or some adverse situation. And then we talked a bit about other kind of approaches, like a more insurance-based model to deal with booms and busts. And another idea that came in, or observation, was how some international lending institutions are looking at the status of stocks when considering loan risk for fishery investments, and so how that fits in, and not clear, but that could be another component to sort of equity-based solutions or ways of dealing with high variability. And I, in a way, sort of maybe tied to that, it's a little bit farther down in our list, but the whole question of dealing with fishing capacity and how to, as needed, reduce fishing capacity while at the same time recognizing the need to have a mechanism to allow new entrants as people exit the fishery because of age or whatever. So it's sort of managing capacity in a more active way, I guess you could say. Recognizing, we really would be focusing on the West Coast, but there's an international dimension there, especially for transboundary stocks. And another point here, was looking at the importance of habitat restoration to offset the effects of climate change, and particularly terrestrial habitat when that comes to salmon and so on. And that could be expanded to, the idea of sort of managing growth, sprawl, I guess you could say, because that kind of use of space for people, has a broad scale impact on habitat. Certainly in Washington, Puget Sound is kind of a flagship for those issues, I guess. And let's see, what else is there? I think the last thing where we ended up was actually looking at a government role in subsidizing in some way capital investment that leads to greenhouse gas reductions. That can be, new power systems on vessels that are carbon neutral, but also in perhaps more feasible is kind of shoreside infrastructure, including processing plants. There's the transportation sector. Obviously, this kind of moves beyond our niche, but transportation is a piece of the supply chain. And in fact, in terms of contribution to emissions, the transportation sector is sort of becoming one, I think maybe the biggest source of greenhouse gases as the energy sector shifts more and more to renewable energy. So that's something to keep in mind. But at the same time, as we can see with dams that are on the Columbia River and elsewhere that, produce zero carbon energy, but have other impacts, and we're well aware of because of the effect on salmon. You sort of need to do a sort of a wide spectrum audit, I guess, when you consider energy sources that are carbon neutral in terms of their impacts. And that's, I think I've hit the high points there.
All right, Kit, thanks very much. Same either request or question to anyone who was in the other groups or anyone from that group. Anything that people are intrigued by or puzzled by that came up in the kind of Harvester Manager priority actions there? Anything that people want to follow up on? All right.
Hey, Jonathan, this is Karen. Yeah. I just want to recognize that there is a line between things that are actions that the council can take versus actions that others can take, meaning anybody other than the PFMC group per se. And I feel like we have been able to capture some of those in a couple of places, but I just I want to make sure that we all recognize that that's ad hoc in this context, because I don't want anyone to feel like we have to capture all of that or to have anybody read our thoughts about this process and think that we named everything that we could have if we had really delved into that.
No, thanks, Karen, for the clarification over that. Yeah, no doubt, and in many ways, I think we're doing kind of parts of we're kind of dueling a process here. So in some ways, the council is convening a process that encourages a broad thinking about what could be done to address challenges of climate change in fishing communities, and as you say, that's not all down to those actions aren't all down to council. They can be a much broader range of things, but then also our idea is that we will emerge from this, I think, with some subset of these to say this is what it might mean for the council and what we can start to work on ourselves. So yeah, I think both of those things are absolutely part of the conversations that we're having here, and we haven't up until now distinguished between them, and that in some ways has been kind of quite deliberate.
Yeah, and I really appreciate the highlighting of greenhouse gas management, and next you'll hear about community planning needs, which are outside of the scope of the council that we had in our breakout discussion that fit into that kind of other category. So just thanks.
Okay, well that segues nicely. Thank you into our third group. So this is the group that that had mostly community represent the community's subject area, and then also joined by some people who were previously in the management group. So great, take it away, whoever wants to hear.
Hi, this is Gway Kirchner, and I am gonna give you the summary here. When we started off discussing what actions worked across all or most of the scenarios, really with a discussion about how are we going to tell folks in communities what we're doing, because this is a scary thing to discuss. And some are going to take it and run with it, and some are potentially going to, kind of shut down and see it. So we came up with a few ideas on how to turn this into a positive product at the end. Here's how we can make things better. Here's how we cannot hit kind of the worst case scenario. We talked about making investments in marketing infrastructure that could benefit communities, really looking at the supply chain and how fish are marketed, how harvest is marketed, and that there is technology that may be available to help with that marketing infrastructure. And folks could really re-envision their seafood marketing, such as, starting a meal delivery service of fish and such. There may be some benefit to collectively organizing to afford new improvements and new technologies. And then we could really look at putting together a workshop of processors, marketers, and others to look at what are the solutions that we could come up with that would engage communities and provide some innovative marketing. We had a really good discussion on monitoring and making sure that we have real-time monitoring for decision-making. And that decision-making ranges from, the boat captain determining whether to go and fish that day to fishery managers managing harvest levels and other things. We talked about how real-time monitoring, people engage with that more immediately. It is more meaningful. It feels more relevant to the here and now, and that we could cultivate a culture of awareness of ocean conditions, harvest attainment in real time. We also talked about engaging fishers in data collection and interpretation, and collaborating on those kinds of projects. But that if we do it, it needs to not be haphazard data collection. It needs a really good data collection plan in place to make sure we're getting the best information that we could. And Karin gave us an example of a group in Newport of fishermen and scientists that get together on a semi-regular basis to talk about research projects, data collection, and they've actually developed several projects that have gotten competitive funding, and that could be a model for other communities. It really is community dependent, so you have to look at what expertises are in your community, but that could be a really good model. We also talked about how data products that build off of the real-time data may be more valuable to the end users. So it may not be the raw real-time data that the end users need, but maybe they need predictive models or something like that to really understand it. we talked about how the Quinault fishermen are also collecting data and could help inform fisher collected information, and that there's new technologies coming up that we could use to provide insight that maybe we haven't used before, such as ferry data and that sort of thing. We talked about infrastructure, that there's improvement needed, improvements to infrastructure that could also help protect water quality, and that the infrastructure needs and capacities and benefits may not be strictly fishing related. They may benefit a community as a whole. That we could focus on reducing lost gear and recovering derelict gear. We could make fishing something that everyone can support and really wants to support under each of those scenarios. And there could be development in other areas such as aquaculture and training in aquaculture, because we know that the protein consumption is not going to decline under any of those scenarios. Preventing the worst case scenario, we talked about how the state of Washington sends millions of dollars for culvert replacement and habitat restoration, but the tribes that have great interest in doing that work and great expertise in doing that work really don't have a forum to participate in that funding, in setting priorities and that sort of thing. And so looking at the tribal trust responsibility, looking at the forums to partner with tribes and how those investments are being made are really important in the future, but also looking at what stocks really can feasibly make it in the future and what stocks can't, in prioritizing where your work will be. And also don't focus on any one particular area, stock, but kind of have a good portfolio. Also, start now looking at regulatory flexibility and what does that mean and how do we form that to influence the future. We talked a little bit more about flexibility, and really that we know that we need to build in flexibility while still ensuring sustainability and honoring the sustainability measures that have been put in place and make sense into the future, but we don't really know what that means yet. So we need to put some time into having that discussion, and we need to really generate some ideas in the very near future on what flexibility means. And that people may really need to feel that there's a risk to the current way that they're doing things before they're ready to consider moving to a different way of doing business. We may need to dial back existing harvest to give some space for exploring flexibility, especially for things that don't fit within the current regulatory scheme. What we should stop doing, we thought really was making investments in areas that don't make sense. Things that we have done because that's the way that we've always done it, but they're not adaptable for the future. we really should continue to not invest in disaster relief funds and fisheries, depending on how the future goes, and maybe move that investment into transitional plans that make more sense. Lastly, we just kind of had a closing comment that that we have an opportunity to make connections to communities and people that have previously been challenging to connect with that are outside of the council process. And that many of these things that we've talked about, as Karin mentioned earlier, are community planning needs that go beyond the council process. As we move into the future, there's going to be community choices that will kind of direct where we go and how communities will invest their resources. There may be trade-offs between things like offshore energy, fishing, aquaculture, tourism, and communities will need to really figure out where it makes most sense for them to focus.
All right. Great. Thanks very much for all of that. Yeah, great readout, and I really appreciate the way in which not only did you take on the kind of questions directly, but then also thought about how all of this really does start to tee up some important conversations in communities, and also thinking about what's the best way to use these scenarios to do that. So we'll talk about a bit of that in a moment or two as well. So thanks very much for all of that. Again, to the other groups in listening to this, anything that strikes you from that conversation and the ideas that Gwei and the team have put together there that you think are worthy of either, they're intriguing, worthy of a comment, worthy of a question, or something that you just want to catch up on? Any comments for Gwei and the team there, or any questions? Yeah, Richard, over to you.
I was in that last group, but I noticed that in the previous group, they talked about maybe putting more emphasis on, positive emphasis on disaster relief. And in our group, we talked about, well, maybe we should not be providing disaster relief. That's encouraging people to stay in an operation that's maybe really not sustainable. So any kind of comments from the whole group on not the conflict, but the two different ways of looking at this?
Yeah. No, thanks for picking that up, Richard. Yeah, let's see if anyone's got a view on that. Yeah, Joe, yes, thoughts?
I keep waiting for somebody else to raise a hand first. Hey, yeah, we had a disaster relief discussion, and we certainly saw the same problems in the group's mind, it seemed. Others can speak as well, but I called it disaster fatigue, is going to be coming on for the funders in particular, for those people that are out there expending those tax dollars, and are there better ways to reprogram those dollars to support coastal communities in these various scenarios? So it was just kind of bantered around somewhat. We may not have made it as clear as what you just expressed.
Great. Doug, I'll bring in a moment. Doug, or Joe, it sounds like even though your group might have entertained the idea of maintaining some kind of disaster relief, it certainly seemed as if, given disaster fatigue, it would need to somehow shift. There'd need to be some kind of different incentives there compared to just a kind of straight up or down on that.
Yeah, that's basically the general idea. That a disaster after disaster after disaster is untenable. It's just not going to work. So, are there better ways to help support fishermen and communities?
Yep. Doug, what's your view on this?
Well, See, am I on? Yeah. Being a participant in the disaster relief, particularly the way it has been processed in the past, is pretty ludicrous. I got my 2016 disaster relief about 3 months ago. Obviously, in 2016, if I'd have needed it, I'd probably been long gone before I got 2019 come around. So definitely, if it continues, it needs to be corrected so the people that need it get it. And then I personally think it would probably be better used to in other ways to support the industry.
Okay, good to know. Good to get that perspective. Thanks, Doug. Okay, so we've covered off, and if there is anything more on Gwei's conversation there, and Gwei and the community group, please let's hear it. For the last few minutes here, I just want to first off open it up. I'm gonna talk in a moment or two about where we take all of this information, and indeed you've provided us with a with a huge amount and a lot of kind of great, really powerful perspectives. We've covered the gamut here from issues facing men, what's going on with harvesters and marketing, thinking more broadly about communities, and then identifying what some of the challenges are and some of the ways in which we might see a new science agenda emerging. And we've done all of this not just on one view of the future, but we've done it on a range of different possible futures. So hopefully you've seen the power of what we've been able to do here. It's been a good platform, I think, for a very kind of broad, diverse sort of generative conversation about what we all could be facing and what we need to do about it. So with all of that in mind, and clearly we can't do justice to all of these things right now, but I will just give people the opportunity to reflect on what we've heard and to see whether there's anything that has emerged for you as being something that's just kind of risen to the top, or something that you think, as we take all of these ideas forward, let's not forget the following. Doug, I don't know whether you want to come in on this. The hand is still raised, and I'm more than happy to kind of give the mic to you again. It might have been from last time, but just in response to this question, where does all this take us right now? And then I'll talk about what the next steps are.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to lower my hand.
That's all right. The mic is yours if you want to say anything, or otherwise we'll just we'll head over to someone else.
No, let's head on down.
Okay. All right. So maybe what I'll do is I'll just mention a couple of things that happen next, and then as folks think about that, we can talk about what's emerging in our minds. Actually, first off, let me check with Chris. Chris, is there anything? We know we've been live streaming this, and you've got a comment box on the YouTube channel. Have any comments come through on that? Is there anything that we should either be aware of or address in that?
Nope, no comments through.
Okay, all right. So let me talk just a moment or two about some of the things that have kind of emerged and what our plans are for next steps, and I'll also ask if Kit wants to add to this as well. As I mentioned yesterday, the purpose of these sessions, this session and the others that we've done in Southern California, Northern California, and then Oregon in a couple of weeks, is we're generating these ideas about what the implications are for these scenarios, and then we'll pull together what we see as some of those really kind of important key themes, what is emerging either per scenario or across scenario, and we'll provide a report to council on things that we feel are particularly relevant, that have emerged from conversations with all of you as stakeholders. That in some ways is going to be look, this is what the scenario process has kind of has resulted in terms of all the potential areas that we feel are going to be needed to be addressed to be well prepared for the next 20 years. And as Karen said, many of the things that people have raised are going to be outside the kind of the remit and the current remit of council. And so we'll do a bit of kind of distinguishing between some of those ideas in the first place, and then what might be some things that more generally communities might want to kind of take forward. So there'll be a report to council planned for March, and in some ways that's the formal way in which this will go forward, and then council will deliberate on some of those things, and maybe there'll then be a series of kind of actions and recommendations coming out beyond those deliberations in March and then later on into the year. But more generally, I want to also talk about this question that I think Gwei and Karen in the group that you've just finished up have raised there. The power of this kind of platform, I think, is not just in, it's going to be formal and it's running through what's going on with council, but it's a way of engaging communities and engaging various stakeholders in a kind of more informal fashion about how you get groups really thinking about what the future holds for them. And Gwei, I loved your ideas about how do we kind of tell the stories here so that people aren't, just immediately kind of reacting to them, and what do we need to do to make sure that people are, both feel kind of challenged and supported in doing this. So I think there's more to cover off there as far as using a lot of these scenarios and these ideas to go out to communities and kind of talk to them and really think about what's in their interests in the future. So I think both the kind of formal council channel and then the more informal, using these for ongoing conversations wherever they'd be valuable, I think is an important part of the next step. One other thing I wanted to mention, and it came up, Dan, you mentioned it, I think, earlier on this morning. One of the things that is, there's a way in which it's useful to kind of keep the scenarios alive. And in some ways, if you think about what's been going on the last couple of days, the scenarios have kind of done their job. They've prompted a lot of good thinking, and we've come up with a lot of good ideas. And great, we can harvest those ideas and we can kind of take some of them forward in strategies. So in some ways, the scenarios have done their job. But in other ways, it's a valuable framework to kind of keep alive, to get a sense in which, well, which way is the world heading? How do we find out whether we're moving in a direction towards fortune and favor, or is blue revolution becoming much more likely, or are we kind of going down towards hollowed out? And so one of the other things just to kind of bear in mind is, I think as we reflect on your ideas about the scenarios and the actions here, we'll also want to think about what are the indicators that might suggest that we're moving in one direction or another. And so just to be aware that idea of kind of keeping the scenarios alive by thinking about the indicators that might tell us whether we're moving in one way or the other, I think is an important continuation of some of these conversations. So Dan, I'm glad you raised that yesterday and or earlier on this morning. And I do think that's going to be an important part of maybe ongoing conversations here, not just about what we do, but about making sure that we're tracking how the world is changing. So there are just a few kind of final thoughts on where we now take all of your good work through the council process, hopefully as a platform for more informal conversations, and also for a way of kind of keeping the scenarios alive. Let me pause there and see whether people have responses either on ideas that have been raised in terms of what's come up in all of these conversations, or also in questions about what I've just described as kind of next steps of process here. Okay, no thoughts, no extra comments. Well, hopefully that is that's a sign that things have been kind of explained to people going, yeah, I can see where you're going with that. If there are additional questions or are additional concerns or suggestions, then I think, kind of reaching out to me or reaching out to Kit would be the kind of the best next step there. Kit, maybe I'll hand over to you and just check my working here as to whether I've got it right in terms of what the next steps are. And I think, all I'll do is just say thanks to everyone who's stuck with us over the last couple of days. Hopefully you've found these conversations interesting. I think we're learning more and more as we go through each of these workshops and seeing what's kind of re-emerging as important themes. And I think, by the time we get to, even now, but by the time we get to the Oregon workshop in a couple of weeks, I think we've got a very good idea of what some of the kind of the key outputs are that we'll then want to kind of put in a report to council. So this is all really, really valuable stuff for us. Kit, any kind of last words and just kind of wrap up from you there?
Well, thanks to you, Jonathan, for leading us through the past couple of days. And I'll just add my thanks to all the folks who participated and members of the Climate and Communities Core team who helped out with the facilitation and note-taking and so on and so forth. What your sort of forecasting of the process is correct. We owe a report on the outcomes of the 4 workshops we're holding to the council at their March meeting. The council did set sort of it might be continue to move, but a finale for the overarching Climate and Communities Initiative at their September meeting this year. So we could probably anticipate a bit more work between March and September. As Jonathan said, taking the results of the workshops, the compilation of all these ideas, and thinking more deeply about what that means for the council and what kind of actionable things or strategic approaches the council could start considering and working on moving forward. So you may expect to see more about this through this year. And that's about all I have. Thanks.
All right. Okay, so I think with that, Kit, Chris, thanks very much for the organization. And let me just see if anyone's got any kind of quick parting words. And I'll breathe for a few seconds here and see if anything's coming up. If not, then again, thanks very much for your time, and we'll be back in touch with kind of a quick summary of this. We've been doing that over the last couple, just so you have like a one-pager, which really does just kind of capture some of the very, very high-level thoughts. And then you'll already have, and I think Kit will make sure that you get the notes from this afternoon's session as well. So you should have a pretty good compilation of everything that was discussed over the last couple of days.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Jonathan. It's great.
Okay. Thanks, everyone. Have a good evening, and we'll